Talking about the day, one of the most credible platforms that recognizes young journalists. Not only that, this is also a forum where we bring the discourse on journalism to the fore. This event is graced by the stalwarts of the journalism and also the young minds. Let's quickly take a look at Exchange for Media and BW Business World's journey throughout.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant, and quality content for the marketing, advertising, and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
Brand new and unique global creative network, Cold Denser Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 15 most influential women in media, marketing, and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that, we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our, presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Throughout the day, each and every individual present here in this room will get an opportunity to add to their pool of knowledge as we have the stalwarts of the industry gracing the occasion, joining us on stage, engaging in fireside chats, addressing the audience, and giving you a chance to stay abreast of any and every development. And also, there's no denying in the power of social media. So I must encourage everyone to kindly join us by using the hashtag E4M English Journalism 40 under 40. I repeat, hashtag E4M English Journalism 40 under 40. Now, I might be an unfamiliar face talking up here on the podium. It is now time to invite the man of the hour to deliver the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media.
Thank you, Sahibjeet, and good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Batra's role, but he's on his way, and he told me that let's just begin because we have a gathering of eminent journalists, young journalists, winners, students. Thank you for joining us today. This is the second edition of E4M English Journalism 40 under 40. I just briefly tell you that we began this because we do some of the most credible awards in the media domain and some of the large format ones. So we thought we should do something for the young journalists, and that's how the idea came about. And our inaugural jury chair was Dr. Sukumar Ranganathan, and he was kind enough to be our consecutive jury chair. Thank you, sir, for that. This year we received around 200 applications, out of which we presented 65 to the jury. And we had to choose 40 winners, and we chose only 19. Sukumar sir will explain what all happened, why did we choose 19. Though we tried to convince, very honestly, I just want to give you a brief. We did, of course, feel that we should have more names, and we ran it past the jury board, the jury chair especially. But sir had his own, metrics in mind and factors in mind, and we just strictly chose 19. So that is about the awards. You can see what all went into it. So this is a day-long, a summit and awards. We'll begin the awards at 12. We have conversations before and after that. And I encourage all of you to feel free. This is an open forum. Please do ask questions. This is all about journalism, so we have to ask questions, and we'll make sure we do give you that opportunity. I welcome you all to the second edition, and I thank everyone at Exchange for Media, the team behind it, Priyanka ji, the entire team, Tushar, Sabita, Sahibjeet, Ishita, Anjana. If I'm skipping any names, I'm sorry for that. So thank you for joining us here, and I look forward to a day long of deliberations on media. Thanks once again. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ruhil Amin. As we move forward, it is now time for the first keynote address of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan, Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times.
Thank you. Ruhil referred to me as a doctor. I'm not, so just a correction. It's good to see all of you here on a Saturday morning, including my colleagues, whom I rarely see before afternoon, through no fault of my own. This is the second edition of the awards, and the second edition that where I've been the chairman of the jury. I have a feeling they won't want me as chairman of the jury for the third year. Right? And the reason is, award ceremonies, first year is really when the award finds its feet. The aim is to encourage participation. The aim is to get as many entries as you can. And it is also to give as many awards as possible, which is what we did last year. Last year, I think we said we would recognize 40 under 40, and 40 is exactly what we recognized. But this was year two. And year two, in my belief, is when award ceremonies start to, they need to start getting serious. Because at the end of the day, if you're rewarding someone, you have to make sure that they meet certain basic criteria. Because if you just want to make up the numbers, it's actually an insult to the people whom you're awarding, right? Because the difference between the first candidate whom you select in terms of merit and the 40th person whom you select, again in terms of merit, cannot be so vast that these people can't even be in the same room, right? So I think it's important to ensure that certain basic criteria are met. I think we found 19 people who met that criteria. So the thing to remember is the 19 winners, and I think you're here among the audience, you've really made it through extremely stringent criteria. I'm sorry we couldn't get 40. As Ruhail says, he did push, right? In fact, it would have been a little less than 19 if we'd taken a decision not to award people for the second year running, but that had not been notified to people who were sending in their nominations when the nominations were sought. So next year, my recommendation is that we tell people that if you've won the award previously, then you're no longer eligible. Right? I mean, you win 40 under 40 once, I think it's good enough. And given the fact that journalism is becoming younger and younger, I think we should start doing 30 under 30, not 40 under 40. Right? 40 is when people start thinking of retirement. So I'm going to keep my speech very short, and Ruhail and I will have a little bit of a chat after this. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I'd like to start off by thanking Exchange for Media. I've known Anurag for forever. I've known him for a really long time. More than 25 years, I would think. Very difficult person to say no to. Right? And he's got a good team. I mean, Ruhail and Priyanka are among the most efficient people I know. The award, I mean, the entire process was managed very well. And they managed to, every time when there is a jury meeting, I'm very, very happy for one simple reason. I discover that I'm not the only person they've managed to bully into being on the jury. Right? I mean, they get a bunch of my peers. I think a lot of other people have the same problem in saying no to Anurag. We live in a very, very interesting period of time. I don't think many of us realize it. We live in an age of peak information. It's something that started in the early 90s with the popularization of the internet. Came to India in 94, 95, but since the early 90s, and when the internet first emerged, all of us thought that it would be a substitute. I mean, some of us who were a little more idealistic at that point in time, and idealism is good. We believed that the internet would replace perfect information, right? I mean, it would just make sure that everyone got information in real time and that the information would be accurate. You're discovering circa 2023 that we live in an age of perfect misinformation. There's just so much news out there that you don't realize what is authentic, what is not authentic. You don't realize the context because when speeches are clipped and played, you don't know what was said in the first 3 minutes. You just see what was said in 15 seconds and then it ends. And given attention spans, that's the only thing that registers. You're quite happy to take that little shot of dopamine and move on. And you don't realize what the real context is. And I think that's where many of you present in this room come in, because journalism has to present information in the right context. It obviously has to check information for facts, but it has to present information in the right context. We also live at a time when everyone gets obsessed with digital media and electronic media and online videos and things like this. And most organizations tend to classify their journalists as print journalists or multimedia journalists or TV journalists or digital journalists. And they ascribe certain characteristics to each one of the individuals. And the important thing to understand here is that every medium has its unique characteristics and unfortunately unique weaknesses. So TV, for instance, has the ability to really give you information in real time, and it has the ability to actually show you what happens. But if you look at TV news, especially in India, it is obsessed with big stories. You no longer have range. So typically, if you look at a news cycle in any Indian TV channel, they'll probably deal with 6 big stories. And 6 is on a good day. On some days, they just manage with 2. And what does this do? It means that there are vast parts of the country that go uncovered. There are a large number of stories that go uncovered. There are a large number of topics that go uncovered. And you have the same talking heads invariably talking about the same things. Now, the unfortunate reality is a lot of this is forced on the medium by the kind of business model that TV channels have trapped themselves into, especially news TV channels, because we all look at, when we look at media and entertainment numbers across platforms, we all look at the size of the industry and get very, very excited. In truth, if you look at the entire space, news media accounts for 4% of the entire industry in terms of revenue, right? That is actually not a very huge number. Within that, English news media accounts for even less, right? So when you start slicing, you realize why is it exactly that TV channels end up obsessing over a fewer number of stories. Then you come to digital media. Every newsroom, including mine, has a digital operation. But if you look at what goes on most websites, I mean, 60% of the stories on any website are like the, that little string that runs at the bottom of news TV channels. They're all crimes against humanity. There's just clickbait, there's content with no context, there are cat videos, photographs of actresses in little black dresses. There is not too much of substantive stuff that is there, simply because, again, the business model that most of these websites depend on is the inventory model. It's an advertising-based model. It's a clicks-based model. Never mind that with every passing day, you get lesser and lesser money for each click, because that is, again, the nature of the beast. So the truth is there is so much more to journalism, which you start seeing once you go into the niche areas of the internet where there are specialized websites. But the unfortunate thing about specialized websites is they can never scale up. They'll never be able to offer you the kind of information that you want across a range of topics. So it's important for big media, big news media, to answer three questions. They have to answer questions about scale, they have to answer questions about profitability, and they have to answer questions about content. And I think the journey has to start from many places at once. While the people who promote these companies and the people who run these companies and the shareholders will have to ask questions, I think it's equally important that journalists start questioning why it is that they're doing what they're doing when they're working in a TV channel or a digital newsroom. And even within these newsrooms, it is possible to look for depth, it's possible to look for specialization, it's possible to look at data, it's possible to look at how you present a particular story. And that is what needs to happen. The unfortunate aspect is that most newsrooms end up being bubbles in themselves. So if you look at the kind of content, and I don't want to name newsrooms, but if you, fortunately, most of my, a lot of my responsibility has to do with the paper, although we run a newsroom which also does digital stuff. And I think the newspapers, all of them, whether it is the Hindu or the Indian Express or the Times of India or the Hindustan Times, for which I work, we're all lucky because I think we've been immune from this to a great extent. But if you look at most digital or TV newsrooms, they're all little bubbles in themselves. They have a certain narrative that they believe in, and every news item that they give you is tailored with that own narrative. And that, to my mind, is not a healthy place for young journalists to give their best. Because to really give their best, young journalists have to retain some of the motivation which makes people enter this profession, right? I mean, why does everyone get into journalism? People get into journalism, sure. I mean, a lot of people get into journalism because they look at an anchor and say, oh, I also want to be like that anchor and everything else. But a lot of people also get into journalism because they want to make a difference. They want to serve society in a certain way. And I think we have to retain some of that purity. which is the reason we've made the selection process for this extremely difficult. I'll end with just 3 things that I want all of you to remember, both young and old, because I think even many of my peers have forgotten this. The most important thing for journalists at any level, you could be a trainee, you could be an editor-in-chief, is a moral compass. Most people have lost sight of their moral compass. They do not know where their moral north is. They do not know where their moral south is. They're quite happy to, behave like a compass which is next to a magnet, moving wildly in many different directions. It's very important to understand where your moral compass is. Red lines. All newsrooms have to define red lines. Areas which are completely no-go as far as society is concerned, right? So if there is a hate crime, you have to call it out as a hate crime. You can't be euphemistic about it, because a hate crime is a red line. What's happening in Manipur is a red line. And there is no way a good newsroom can not call out all these things that are happening. I find it very strange that many people just blank this out. Third, all journalists and anyone in this profession has to understand who they truly serve. Right? You do not serve the government, you do not serve a political party, you do not serve your advertisers. Right? The advertisers are happy to come to you because you serve a certain audience, and for that audience you serve a certain purpose. And that purpose has to, it's not something mundane. It is a higher purpose. It is the kind of purpose that I was speaking about when I said, people enter journalism because they want to do something. So on that note, congratulations to the winners. Ruhail, all yours.
Well, by sensing the vibes in the room, it's safe to say that we are all in the awe. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ranganathan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, it is now time to witness the first fireside chat of the day. Check. Check.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan. Sorry I called you Dr. Rang earlier, but that's fine. You raised some very important points, and exactly a month before this, we had a forum of TV journalists, and we were just talking about television. At one point, print had this challenge that TV had broken the news, and what do you carry next day? And then it used to read like, you had already read it, One, how did print navigate that change and added value to the news that you carried next day? How did that happen? You also said that, TV just rumbles around 6 big stories, and on a great day, otherwise it's like a 2-story, they will run the entire 24 hours because the nature of the beast is that. But do you also agree that TV generates the impact and that becomes the agenda for the next day?
Okay.
This is not a TV versus print, I'm just trying to understand.
It's a good question. Can you hear me? Yeah. I have a slightly different point of view. If you look at most news channels, and even the specialized channels, they have 2 kinds of information. One is information that is based on real time. So if you're a business channel, for instance, stock market information is real time. You obviously can't get it the previous day. You get it as it happens, and TV channels do it. The same with stuff that is happening right now. So right now, for instance, if there's an accident outside our hotel, one of the best media to capture it will be TV if they have a crew and they get what is happening. But by and large, if you look at the substantial stories that TV plays out in the course of the day, you've already read it in the morning's paper. So rather than print follow TV, the unfortunate thing that happens in our country is that TV follows print when it comes to the big stories. So you've already read the stories. And maybe this is because, again, this is not a print versus TV thing. Some of the smartest people I know work in TV. Maybe it's because they don't invest adequately in research. Maybe it's because they don't invest adequately in specialists who can tell them, you know, these are the areas that you need to be looking at. So a lot of TV journalists, I have a feeling, end up looking at the morning's paper and saying like, hey, this has happened and we've not really covered this. This is an important story and we need to start looking at this. And that is exactly what happens. And you know, there are countless examples to this, especially if it's an exclusive story. And you know, the good thing is print still as, when you invest in good journalism and you invest in good journalists and you're willing to invest in allowing them to travel and spend time on stories, you will get interesting investigations, you will get interesting exclusives, and you will get good special stories. And these are the stories that then, you know, TV takes and usually, because, you know, this is a very bad habit in our country, and usually run it as if it's their own story, giving no credit to the original person who did it. But, you know, that is par for the course. You know, you can't expect people to be better than they are. So the cycle has actually been reversed in this country, you know, and digital is, you know, it's like one big cesspool. I know that Musk this morning put out a tweet where he said newspapers report what is on Twitter today, right? To some extent, yes. But a lot of times, Twitter amplifies what is in the newspaper and then takes it and builds it, and people engage over that news and everything else. And this is ideally not how it should be, because ideally it should be the way Ruhail described it. The news is broken on digital media. TV shows you the news and discusses various aspects of it, and print gives you perspective. It gives you reinforcement, right? And that is in an ideal scheme. But given the fact that you know, many of these platforms are not functioning to their ideal requirements, the truth is actually very, very different.
I request the people at the back to be silent. I can just hear the whispers. And, you know, as you mentioned, you know, we see a global phenomena. Let me name it, of course. Like, we have to give this example of New York Times, and we always hold it as an example of how we turn around the way we look at print, you know, in terms of a business model. And then we have this compulsion because our business model is the other way around, so we have to, our news is different. That is a large part of it. Do you see the Indian context changing somewhere down the line? Because of course, print has a certain impact, a certain context, which will be missing on digital, on television. But how do you see the print story unfolding in India, making it more relevant, kind of, you know, making its growth possible? Do you see newspapers going the New York Times way in terms of successively, you know, building a business around them?
The biggest advantage that print has, not just in India, anywhere else in the world, is the fact that print, unfortunately, is still the only medium that believes in newsrooms. And it's the only journalistic medium which believes in shoe leather reporting. It believes in the importance of reporting. It believes in the importance of getting people to where the stories are. It believes in having specialists and beats and everything else. TV does not. So irrespective of whether you are looking at an Indian television channel or an international television channel, you have to look at how many reporters they have. Unless, you know, it's someone like BBC or something, but you know, you have to look at how many reporters they have, and the fact is print, in most cases, and if you take the Indian example, it's very, very glaring, because TV channels invest in anchors. They don't believe in investing in journalists. they don't believe in investing in reporters. They have anchors more than they have reporters. And the aspiration for everyone in TV, unfortunately, is to become an anchor. I don't think anyone wants to be a reporter. And without reporters, what journalism are you really going to serve? But to answer your questions, I know everyone keeps obsessing about the New York Times and the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal. And I think it's very, very important to understand that, especially when you're talking about business models. All business models have a temporal element to them. They have a time element to them. They have a time dimension to them. So all these examples that we spoke about, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, they started off at a certain period in time. If they were to start trying to do the same thing now, I'm not sure the business model would work. A lot of it worked for them because, historically you got into a business model, you locked it in there, and you're moving on from there. Let me give you this. You look at the Financial Times. A lot of the Financial Times subscription, even the digital subscriptions, still go to organizations. So if you're a Unilever, for instance, which is again based in London, you will take, I don't know, Unilever is a large company. I think you'll probably take a few hundred corporate subscriptions to the Financial Times digitally and give it to your senior managers. Will they still be doing it 20 years from now is my question, because the entire generation of managers who you have changed. And they're not people who will probably get their information from the Financial Times. I have no idea where they'll get their information from. A lot of these business models are working because they happened at a certain point in time. So to long-winded answer to your question, will it work in India? At this point in time, it won't even work there. So there's no way it's going to work here. So for it to work here, I think you need a new model for India, just like you need a new model for journalism. Of course, and there are models that will work. And I've said this countless times before, a lot of things I'm saying, people who've heard me before will probably think I'm repeating myself, but at least I'm being consistent, right? There is the big digital news conglomerate in India is still waiting to be built. No one has built it yet. The big traditional media companies are still struggling with their models. We have our challenges. We are struggling with our own challenges. But the big digital new age media conglomerate in this country is waiting to be built.
Our jury member Sonia Singh is here. Thank you for coming and joining us. So I have one more question, then I open this forum to some audience questions. India as a country, Bharat, we are, positioning ourselves globally as a emerging global power. We are the 5th largest economy. But our press is reflecting a more domestic, the focus, print focus is more of domestic. If you see the world global pages, 1 or 2 pages. My point is, how soon do we see our press also having those aspirations of what the country is looking at, and reflect those, the editorial reflects it, that we are also globally, this is our voice globally. When do we see that happening at a bigger level?
I have a vague understanding of what you're asking. I don't think I've completely understood. So if I'm wrong, you have to, correct me halfway through. Our challenges are primarily domestic, right? I mean, I think Ruhail's question in some ways is, he's looking at me and asking me why we are not cheerleaders, right? That's what you're asking.
Not only, my question is, global, if you look at, say, again, I'll go to New York Times, they also have global, they will say what's happening in Iraq, what is happening in Saudi, what's happening in Dubai. They will have a lot of focus on those, countries as well. But our newspapers don't have global focus. The coverage of global news is minuscule. How does that improve and kind of, reflect that we are also, a strong voice in the global scheme of things?
Okay, there are multiple ways in which this can be answered, okay? So let me start. We all have to get real at some level, right? I mean, we are doing very well as a country, but our per capita income is around $2,500, right? The per capita income of a country whom everyone has beaten up, including my newsroom, Canada, is $54,000, right? Reflects in the fact that many Indians want to leave India and go and live in countries like the UK, Canada, Australia for better living conditions. The social and economic indicators, the standard of living, all of these are far higher, right? So the challenges are very significant. So our focus has to be primarily domestic because our challenges are primarily domestic. To the extent that international news is relevant to us, it gets covered. Across platforms. It gets covered in print, it gets covered in TV, it gets covered in digital, but our challenges are primarily local. And we have very significant challenges. We've addressed some of them very well, right? We've pulled hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. But pulling them out of poverty is the first step, right? Next step is to move up. We are still, according to the World Bank classification, a lower middle income country. And the reason why we are a lower middle income country is only because they reclassified the middle income countries to bring the thing down a little bit from the lowest level to the next level. right? So when you're working in a digital newsroom, a lot of you who are in entry-level jobs will be taking stories from here and there, curating them, giving them a smart headline, putting them out. But I still think you'll be learning, you'll be doing something. It's very easy to get disillusioned with that kind of thing. So the only thing I'll tell you, and I'm not going to give you these lofty words of advice, I've told you everything else before in my speech, is to just put up with it for 3-4 years. Give your organization enough time to give things back to you. It's another problem with this generation. You guys are all far too impatient. You have to wait for a few years to get what's your due. And then, you can start making a mark. But instead, most people get hassled after 6 to 8 months in the job and they jump from this treadmill and go into this other treadmill called public relations. Makes no sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan, for joining us. It's been great talking to you. Thank you, sir.
Well, I believe it is safe to say that this has been quite the session. Can we bring up a very enthusiastic round of applause for these gentlemen for putting up such an informative session? Thank you very much. Requesting Mr. Ruhail Amin to kindly stay back with us on the stage as we are now to welcome another stalwart of the journalism on the stage for a fireside chat session. But before I invite this personality, could I please request everyone to show me their mobile phones? Everybody has a smartphone on them. How lovely is that? Could I please request you all to kindly turn it on silent or vibrate only mode? Thank you very much. And now join me as I welcome Ms. Sonia Singh, Editorial Director, NDTV, on the stage.
Well, again, Ms. Singh was our jury member, and today we have chosen 19 winners out of 40, and we'll be celebrating after exactly half an hour. Thank you so much, Ms. Singh, for joining us. Again, a month back, we celebrated your journey in the TV, journalism world, Lifetime Achievement Award. I want to start with that one question that when you look back at the journey and how TV has evolved over a period of time, what changes do you see in the biggest shifts in the newsroom that have occurred over, maybe a couple of decades?
So, I mean, that's a long journey. So I think what has changed in the television newsrooms, I think the most important change has been that journalism is no longer limited to one medium. So I think, in fact, when we talk about television news, I think we have to realize now that news cannot be put into the boundary of the screen you're watching it on. And I think the best news stories are the ones that transcend that. So for instance, the screen or the TV, in a sense, can be a front page of a newspaper. It can be the homepage of a website, and it can be your mobile screen, and it could be a television screen, but is it cable or smart TV? So I think those are the different challenges. But I think what remains essential is the core, which is what's the headline. You'll find that any good editor, you'll come and give them a brief for a story, and it can ramble into 10 minutes, but any good editor will cut you short and say, what's the headline? And I think that's really the point of it, that what is the one piece of information you're giving the viewer, the reader, the online, whatever netizen, that they don't know already. And I think if your story doesn't have that, you need to go back and try again. So I think that's really different. But I think the various things you have to compete with, being a video journalist, being a print journalist, being a television journalist can be daunting for newcomers. But I think if they realize that basically it's about the basic, how good your story is, that would help. And that's the biggest change you're seeing in newsrooms around you now, that no newsroom is limiting itself anymore to being just television or just print or just digital. It's integrating. So you'll hear integration and convergence as the big buzzword now for the next years ahead.
One other thing that we often hear about television is that television is toxic. There is no news. is just an amplification medium. How do you respond? I mean, how would you respond when people label television as these?
I think the biggest enemy of television news has been television itself. So I think I do have to say that I would agree with many people who feel that there is some element of television which has become toxic. It began with what was quite new to Indian television about, say, 15 years ago, the talk format. And when it began, it was exciting. It seemed to be a situation, and at NDTV, we were lucky that we had a situation where even the Prime Minister had joined a debate once on the big fight. We had Mr. Arun Jaitley and Mr. Kapil Sibal who often would agree to come and debate with each other on any of our shows. So those were times when you had people of political gravitas and intellect, which would have very strong opinions of their own, but would also have the dignity and the intellect. I think again, this boils down to the intellect of listening to another person's point of view, of accepting that this person who is debating with me is not necessarily someone who is my enemy. But I think after Talk TV evolved, or we had an outbreak of channels and very different politics at some point coming in as well, that it became about a political enmity, and that I actually won't confine that to politics. It became about who scores the most points. My point of view is better than your point of view, and it's who can shout louder. And once that fueled into what I would really say is toxic, is a toxic TRP system, it just became worse and it spiraled out of control. So I think that is a problem television news has faced. It's a problem television news has to fix. I think there is some realization of that happening now. And I hope there will be a change, and the change will come really from the people who are watching when they say that we feel this is not what we want to watch on our screens.
I'll ask you two more questions. I want to throw this forum open. What is your view on ratings?
Well, as you know, that NDTV's exited ratings. I mean, it's not necessarily a permanent decision, but we do feel that the ratings have limited journalism. And I do think, and this I've said earlier as well, I think journalism, because I mean, again, I don't want to limit it to television. I think journalism is something which is at the end of the day for public interest. And you cannot have public interest being rated in as if it's a Bollywood film at a box office. At the end of the day, it's not only about what you feel that people want to know, but what they should know. So I think, and that again is where I think the roles of editors plays a very important role in a newsroom or in the newspaper or any online site, because eventually why would you watch, say, NDTV or India Today or Times Now versus another channel? You're watching it for an editorial point of view. And I think that is something which is extremely critical. I think that's what separates one TV channel from the other. I think that is what had for NDTV was a major differentiator. So I think the TRPs kind of flattened that out. It became all about entertainment, and it became, as you said, toxicity, I think, was linked to TRPs in many ways. But I think that hopefully will change. Again, I feel in TRPs, it cannot be a monopoly system. You cannot have a ratings agency, which is just one for it's a multi-crore industry. So you need to have more ratings agencies, and you need to have much, much more transparency. I mean, the same standards we demand from politicians, from government, is the standards which you demand from agencies which say that they determine what India watches. I mean, as I think Sukumar made the point, there's no one India, and no one agency can determine what India watches.
Absolutely. My final question, recently we saw this boycotting of 14 anchors, and there was a lot of backlash on that. Do you think that is, I mean, there could be a better way of, kind of dealing with a non-cooperative media, or, I mean, there's a better way of doing this than boycotting anchors?
No, of course. I mean, firstly, why should media be cooperative?
No, in the sense, not in that sense. I mean to say they could have, kind of done it in a different way, yes.
I absolutely am against boycotts in any form. I said, I do feel at the end of the day that we do have courts, you do have other ways to address if you feel an anchor is crossing a line. I mean, I don't support boycotts in any form of any anchors.
Okay, let's open this to some questions. Okay. Those who have not asked questions here, please. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Rahul also mentioned TV is being toxic. Do you think digital media will replace one day TV media? And second question is, you talk about convergence, TV media, digital media. Is it because the TV is being taken as toxic elements, so the TV media want to attract digital media audience, or they are, I mean to say, are they forcefully doing it, or they want to explore in that section also?
See, again, when we say TV, I don't want to generalize. I don't think all TV is toxic. I'm part of television. I'm very proud of it. But I do think that there were very toxic elements which emerged, which we need to fix. And we need to fix it urgently before viewers lose faith in the medium. Television, toxicity sadly can transcend any medium. So you can have digital media which is toxic. What worries me about digital is the fact that I think we're creating many echo chambers. You know, people will watch only the anchor they like or the view they agree with. And I think that's really, really dangerous for any democracy, and especially there's so many young people for young people, because this is the time when you need to explore, different ideologies, where you need to look, differentiating fact and fiction. Really, that has to be the key thing. Now, if you're listening only, news can't be a playlist. So it can't be just what you'd like to hear. And I think that that's one of the issues that with YouTube, that we see many journalists who have extremely loyal fan following. I mean, it's almost like political fan followings, and they will follow them. And if anything is said by that journalist, it is truth, whether it's X or Y. There's no challenging. You have to have the same challenging perspective, whoever you're watching. It can be somebody who's very senior, it can be somebody who's very junior. So I don't like that thing of digital where it's become about that you don't need editors, you don't need 2 points of view, you don't need 3 points of view, you need only my point of view. I think that is something which is in digital is not great. In fact, young people should use digital to listen to a diversity of views, especially views you don't like, because that makes you think.
And one further question. Ma'am, it is said that at least in digital media, there is clear cut he is from left, he is from right. But in frontline media, or you can say in TV media, there is an envelope. That envelope is covering that he is not from any side, but they are biased. They are biased. It is a type of allegation. You don't think that this differentiate between the digital media and the TV media?
I don't think so. I don't think that you have to declare allegiance. Why does it have to see every person in this room will have a personal bias? They will vote for someone or the other. The point is that are those biases reflected in their professional work, right? So I think that's, it can be anybody. It could be a journalist, of course, but it can be somebody who's a doctor. It can be somebody who's a policeman. It can be someone. Do those biases reflect in their professional life? Can the viewer see the bias? That's the problem. If the viewer feels that this person is biased because of his personal views or personal affiliation, that is an issue. But hopefully viewers are smart enough to know. And if they feel, and we've seen that also, that if there is some journalist who's seen as biased, there is a backlash. So I don't think that will change on digital or television, or that in digital it's all right if the person declares the allegiance. The point is journalists should not have political allegiances in their professional lives. Personal allegiances, of course, many journalists have it. I'm married to a politician, so that is a separate issue. But the point is, does their work reflect that?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Anand, our colleague from Samachar for Media. Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
इधर आनंद पाराशर समाचार फॉर मीडिया। मैम, अभी करंटली जो चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहा है टीवी, वो है सोशल मीडिया से, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से। एक चीज बहुत दिखने में आती है जिसको ऐसा लगता है कि न्यूज चैनल्स इस चीज को लेके गंभीर नहीं है, वो है फेक न्यूज। क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया में बहुत तेजी से चीजें फैलती हैं, और टीवी में जो कई बड़े प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं, कई बड़े इंटरव्यूज होते हैं, उनकी छोटी सी क्लिप को वायरल कर दिया जाता है, और जब तक स्पष्टीकरण आता है, क्लेरिफिकेशन आता है, वो लाखों करोड़ों लोगों तक पहुंच चुकी होती है। तो इस दिशा में एनडीटीवी किस तरीके से काम कर रहा है, और आने वाले दिनों में किस तरीके से आप इस चैलेंजेस को फेस कर रहे हैं? एडिटोरियल में कैसे आप इस चीज को फेस करते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ कम से कम एनडीटीवी के प्रोग्राम्स के साथ तो ना हो?
नहीं, that's a good point. और actually एनडीटीवी के ज्यादातर वो फेक सर्वेज आते हैं जो opinion polls या ऐसे कुछ आते हैं. That's really because of the NDTV credibility in that area. So usually the focus so far has been on fake news in the newsroom. So how to make sure, because especially जैसे आपको पता है that often viral videos come. So straight away the newsroom wants to put it on air कि this is an earthquake somewhere, or this has happened here. But we have seen in some situations, especially in tense situations like riot situations or communal situations, putting fake videos on air has very, very real consequences. So our real focus has been on how to fix fake videos, fix meaning make sure that they don't get on air. That has been our big worry. We haven't really looked at whether NDTV clips are being misused on digital media. As soon as we get to know of it, of course, we issue statement, legal rights, but it hasn't been a major focus yet because the big worry has been how to stop fake videos from going on air.
Okay, yes, please. We have 10 minutes, so yes, we will come.
मैम एक और मेरा आपसे छोटा सा सवाल था.
Anand ji, sorry, offline.
Good morning, ma'am. So my question is that TV media is heavily burdened by advertisements. So whenever we see a channel reporting something, most of the screen is covered with advertisements. So the anchor is at the top of the corner. He is not very much visible and everything is covered with advertisements. So how do you perceive that? I mean, what are your point of views?
I mean, that is an economic reality. I think Sukumar will agree with me on that. We all need ads to pay salaries. We need ads to have budgets, news budgets. We need ads for various reasons. So we all try to be creative about it so it doesn't actually interfere with the content. But I agree that in some places, it sometimes covers a huge portion of the screen. But it really is something that is an economic model, which until it's fixed or until we come up with alternative ways. I mean, one way, of course, is subscription, but most people are used or prefer to see their news free. So as long as that is happening, the only model of revenue is actually through advertisements. So there's not much choice left there.
And you also see sometimes so many panelists and speaker at a different forum said, this is the Ravan school of journalism. Anyway.
No, the Ravan school is one of the many heads.
Many heads, yeah. That's
एक मिनट मेरा सवाल
I'll come to you.
मेरा सवाल सर एक छोटा सा हेलो मैम दिस इज पंकज शर्मा फ्रॉम समाचार फॉर मीडिया एक छोटा सा सवाल है मैम जैसे आर्टिफिशियल एंकर है एआई एंकर है न्यूज रूम में इनका इस्तेमाल बढ़ता जा रहा है तो आप इसको किस रूप में लेते हैं चुनौती संभावना या आप इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं
सॉरी आई कुडंट हियर यू
जो एआई एंकर्स जो आजकल यूज कर रहे हैं न्यूज रूम्स में तो उसको आप किस रूप में देखते हैं चुनौती के रूप में या संभावना के रूप में आपका क्या मतलब इस पे क्या विचार है आपके
No, I think it's interesting, but I don't think an AI anchor can ever replace a real anchor. But I think it's interesting. It's an interesting model. It's an interesting gimmick for now. Let's see how it unfolds. AI, of course, can be used in newsrooms, but it always, I think it needs a human intelligence as well for the editorial decisions. So, I mean, of course, I think I'm sure it can help in maybe compiling lists and news lists and things like that. But I don't think AI anchors is something we've.
फिलहाल हमने इसको entertainment के लिए बनाया हुआ है.
Hello, Sonia. I'm a student of Dheeraj. I'm a student of IMC, New Delhi. My name is Dheeraj Kumar.
Hello.
This is a headline from Wire. Amidst Adani's takeover, senior journalist Ravish Kumar resigns from NDTV. So my question is, how far change in ownership of media channels affects the content of news channel?
I don't know if I should answer that or you should answer that.
All right, let's go to the next one. Okay. Yes.
I'd just say for any brand, of course, the biggest bonus is credibility. And I'm sure that any management will be looking very carefully at that aspect. But ultimately, the decision of the judge of credibility is not the person in the newsroom, but all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I think it can be used it will be used much more in a conveyor belt way. So I think there will be that element of it, of course, that it is efficient. There's a speed. So it will be incorporated in newsroom operations, but I still believe, and maybe I'm old-fashioned, that in journalism, it is the individual which makes the difference still. I mean, all of you will have individual journalists, individual bylines, individual stories, which is something which is really premium. And I think in a world where AI can replace a lot of things, I think individuality is something which hopefully isn't, I know it's on its way that AI can even mimic individual characteristics, but the original will still be better. So it will be a challenge. It will be a challenge, especially for young people coming in. But I think that's where it's extremely important for passion, commitment, dedication, the willingness to go the extra mile for young people, which will prove crucial now.
Hello, ma'am.
आपने पूछा हाँ. Yes. So we are waiting for our honorable governor. He'll be here in next 16 minutes, as said, so we can stretch it. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. We can get other Sukumar up as well.
Yes, sir.
We can get other people up.
No, that will be actually.
Don't
That will
relax.
be less,
Don't
less,
relax.
please. I was in fact thinking if we could do now an open forum, since we have 15 minutes, I would request you to join us here.
You had
Can we
lots
get
of
one more
people.
chair here?
No,
Yeah.
no. You're looking very comfortable there.
Check. Well, this right here is the beauty of live events, right? So celebrate and be in merry that
Now
the
we will
finest
take
of their field are here with
questions
us.
and both of them will answer. Please, yes. Yes, please, yeah.
I just wanted to say something actually, which I know Rohel kindly asked you for a keynote, which I didn't have time to do. But one thing I think which we need to look at very seriously in the next years ahead is the democratization of newsrooms. I think we've seen that it's happened in politics, it's happened in society. But I think in media newsrooms, especially English newsrooms, we have failed on that aspect. And I really do feel that this is the time when we need to look self-introspect on how we reflect the aspirations of rapidly changing India with its opportunities and challenges, and see how we get the voices and the journalists to be much more representative of that India. I think we still find in newsrooms, especially in English TV newsrooms, business newsrooms, that they come mainly from the big cities like Delhi, Mumbai, maybe some from Bangalore. So I think that is the next big challenge that newsrooms need to face to stay relevant. So I think that's what, and I'm very happy with IIMC that I see students coming from all over. So I'd love to see those applications much more, but not only IIMC, because there are many, many students who can't get in to such a prestigious institute. So how we broad base is something which is very important for all of us editors to think about.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir.
I have two questions. One is TRP being purchased? First question. Second question. I don't know whether you will be able to answer it or not. Because TRP only in the TV news or this the electronic media, not on the media. I've not seen any TRP on the print media. First question. Second question, like in the print media, if you see the first page on the political, second miscellaneous, then third page criminal, crime, and then sports pages are there. Similarly, the TV channel, they should have a menu, sports, tourism, food, like that. That should be a menu. Oh, this tourism, I can see on that. Health, I will see at that time.
Okay,
Sure. So that's a suggestion. You can get that on websites. On television, it's a bit harder. On TRPs being purchased, well, NDTV is not buying. So that's that's all I'll say.
All right. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Actually, my question is that what's the actual need for opinion or exit polls? Like, is it actual news for the general public or just for the likability factor? Just I want to ask that, does it influence the general public's interest or decisions while voting?
No, I mean, the current form in which polling is done in this country, there's zero scope of it influencing the outcome of elections. That was your question, right? Do opinion polls, right? And everyone wants to know who's going to win, who's going to lose. I mean, this is not unique to this country. Opinion polling is like, I mean, it's an age-old, established, universal thing that everyone wants to know. I mean, all over the world. Have you seen the kind of coverage that goes around the US presidential election? I mean, there are websites that spring up which just like do nothing else for an entire year, right? So I think it's legitimate journalism. What I find especially interesting about it is it's become much more sophisticated now. It's become much more broad-based now. There are agencies that are using really high-end mathematical techniques now. And of course, websites, TV channels, I've started using really interesting graphical representations of this. Well, what's not to like? It's good fun.
Hello? Hands raising with this gentleman here. Okay. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Saksham and I'm a student as well. So my question was that like for example, there's a media house which works in like focus on law. So, and if that media is just focusing on digital platform, so what can that digital media do exactly to be successful enough? Because there's a lot of competition going on.
Sorry.
There's a media platform which focuses only on law. So how does it?
Law.
Yes.
How can that like law?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And how will they be?
Successful enough because there is a lot of competition. For example, you
So how to
live
stand out and how can define success?
to be recognized, because
There are two big entities of this sort that you mentioned in this country. Both are very well recognized. Both are, Live Law and Bar and Bench. How do you define success? You can define success in ultimately, because all of these are businesses. The only way to define success is profitability, right? And I guess both of them are adequately profitable because they keep hiring people. One of them poached my legal editor 2 years back, which means, they must be capable of paying fairly decent salaries. The thing is, these are niche media, right? And the only challenge that you have with niche media is your definition of success cannot be disproportionate. Right. So even if you were to move outside of law, if you look at startups, for instance, there are these websites like Ken and Morning Context, which do a lot of interesting work. They'll probably be profitable at a certain level, but they're never going to be as large as, let's say, NDTV, right? So yeah, but I mean, you just have to redefine your so your runway is probably a maximum of $8-10 million. It's not going to be higher than that. And I'm speaking in terms of revenue. I'm not speaking in terms of anything else. So you just have to do that.
I think what's interesting with Live Law and these other thing is that they identified a gap in the market. I thought that was interesting that they're looking at something. They say there's a lot of interest in it. Media is not really representing this enough. So I thought that's an interesting space to look at. That if somebody's mad, like about elections, I know people. Prannoy Roy, the founder of NDTV, was obsessed with elections. So it's always nice to take an obsession and turn it into something which which people respect. So I think that is very important. So I think in that sense, I'm not a business journalist like Sukumar, so profits is always something that has to be drummed into me. But I think they managed to, fulfill their passion or their commitment, and I think that's really something which is quite laudatory in today's world.
But for example, like.
Are you working with them? Are you applying to them?
No.
Because then we can discuss.
Ma'am, actually,
later.
I'm a working under Law Opinion, and I'm the COO of it. Me and my colleagues have started it just recently. This
law website.
Yes, the website, and we do also have the print media. But yeah, so it's like we've just started. We've just taken out the first edition.
More power to you.
Yeah, great.
Thank you so much.
That's great to do that while you're a student.
He has one more question. Okay.
Yeah. So, sir, earlier you said that TV media has weaknesses, and one of the weaknesses are that they are not covering the whole nation, and the news covering the whole nation. So why not the other media houses do that to cover the whole news? Because I think that this can be a factor for being success.
Yeah, I mean, there are enough people who do that. What I was telling you was that typically TV gets obsessed with a big story, right? Previously, when you used to look at any news, you had a wide variety of news, both geographically wide and thematically wide, which has now got significantly restricted. So if you look at big stories that are playing out, they're just like one story that keeps playing on loop, and everything else is either not covered at all or not mentioned. Your question is, why are the others not doing it? The reason, and again, I mentioned this, the reason why TV doesn't go broad and wide in this country is because of an economic reason, right? I mean, it's just very difficult to have a TV channel that covers every corner of this country using, cameramen and videos and everything else. And it's just far too expensive. It's far easier it's much more economically viable to have the talking head format of journalism, isn't it? It is cheaper.
Well, it falls into that same kind of TRP model, because again, if TRPs are measured by boxes. Now, if your boxes are in certain geographies, so Mrs. Bombay will have many more, or Mumbai will have many more boxes than, say, Assam. So then it presumed the logic then translates, you do more news out of Bombay and less out of Assam. Now, if you're going to follow this logic in a newsroom that you only do news which will get more viewers, it is going to be something which will tilt your editorial balance or your editorial breadth of your coverage. So I think that is something, again, which there are many, many questions about the current TRP model. And I'm a big decision that when we look at the BBC model in the UK may not be the ideal one, but I do think we need to enter a phase in India where we look at journalism almost as an essential service, and then cannot be kept with all the same pressures and pulls of also being a profitable business. There has to be some kind of a rethink on the revenue models. And I think for television, especially, the revenue models currently are very, very faulty.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. You have asked already one question. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, Mike.
Hello.
Actually, the revenue models are faulty for everyone at this point in time, not just television.
Yes,
I mean,
please,
it doesn't work for anyone.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go on. Yeah.
सर मेरे पास दो क्वेश्चन थे सर, एक तो उन्होंने पूछ लिया।
आप कहाँ से, थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन आपके बारे में।
आई एम कमलेश सर फ्रॉम ईजे IMC। सर मेरे साथ दो क्वेश्चन थे, एक तो उन्होंने पूछा, दूसरा है गया सर। सर क्वेश्चन मेरा
नहीं ठीक है, आप सुन रहे हैं, हम सुन रहे हैं, ये वर्किंग इज वर्किंग। नहीं आप माइक चल रही है। हाँ
सर क्वेश्चन ये है सर कि जब कभी भी देश में कोई घटना बड़ी होती है तो न्यूज चैनल ज्यादा देखा जाने लगता है। जैसे कि लॉकडाउन में जो बड़े बड़े न्यूज चैनल है उनके यूट्यूब पे बहुत कम सब्सक्राइब थे, 19 मिलियन थे, किसी के 20 मिलियन थे। जैसे ही लॉकडाउन आया उसके बाद अभी 50 मिलियन हो गए हैं। और जो भी घटनाएं घटती हैं, जैसे कुछ नहीं तो जनता के हित में होती हैं, कुछ ऐसी होती है, सीमा हैदर का केस वो मतलब चलता ही रहा 2 महीने। तो इस तरीके से मतलब मुझे जानना है कि हम भी रिपोर्टर बनने वाले हैं कुछ समय में, और कंपटीशन तो ज्यादा है ही, तो हम ऐसे कैसे कैटर करें कि फाइनेंशियली भी सपोर्ट कर पाए अपने आप को, जर्नलिज्म भी संभाल पाए। दोनों बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है।
ऐसे ट्रिवियल स्टोरीज ना करें। हाँ, राइट। You want to answer it, Sonia?
As in, I haven't.
So he's saying like we run Seema Haider story for a couple of months, and he's at the verge of getting into journalism. How does he save himself from getting into?
NDTV didn't cover the Seema Haider story very much. I was wondering, acha, wo Seema Haider story, हाँ. नहीं, जैसे if you go to any, it is a challenge, of course, अभी media houses में hiring के लिए, but I would say that the big issue is if you get a job in a reputed media house, hopefully you will not be covering stories like Seema Haider all the time, but I know that's difficult. I think in the first 2 years, just do everything, try everything, work harder than anyone else. That really is what is going to make you stand out. The first 2 years of your journalism life will set your future. So you just have to, at that time, don't say ki this is not me. Don't just work hard. Work hard. Your work will speak for itself, and then take a call after at least 2 years. But give it 2 years of commitment, of passion and dedication, and then take your call.
And it's very important to also be innovative and imaginative about this. I mean, there is a gentleman here from my organization who's sitting who anchored a page 2 story, and page 2 stories in Hindustan Times are these gigantic stories on Seema Haider. We were one of the first newsrooms to cover it, and it was a very sensitive story of what was happening. So there are ways in which you can do it. So I think sometimes what happens is, and I often tell people this story from many, many years ago. I will not name the individuals concerned because both are now very famous. So one was a marketing reporter, the other one was a long form reporter. They used to sit next to each other in my newsroom when I used to work in Mint. And the marketing person got a press release from Pepsi about a new flavor of chips that had been launched. So she looked at it and put it on the table. And then this guy looked at it and said, "Do you mind if I follow this up?" So she said, "Mint doesn't cover product releases." So he said, "No, I know, but I just want to look at it." So then he reached out to the company. He asked them, "How do you decide which flavor to launch?" So they put him in touch with one guy who does research on flavors in India. And he did this fabulous 2000-word story on how companies decide what flavors to use for their products in India. So, it's just a question of being, so there are stories all around us. Part of your job as a journalist is to identify what is a story and how to tell it.
और आप मतलब सर बोल रहे हैं कि आप उसमें भी कुछ ऐसा ढूंढ सकते हो जो बहुत ही अच्छी स्टोरी बन सकते हैं. There's some noise at the back. Can I request everyone to be?
और मेरे ख्याल से अगर आपके प्रश्न को तर्क वितर्क के रूप से देखा जाए तो अगर सीमा हैदर की न्यूज में दम नहीं होता तो आज इतने बड़े फोरम में उस न्यूज की डिस्कशन नहीं हो रही होती.
That's the other way of looking at it. और सर ने इससे पहले भी बता दिया, as Sonia ji also said that 2 साल आपको जर्नलिज्म में मतलब ऐसा नहीं है आपको भागना है, right sir? You said that, right? 2-4 साल लगेंगे आपको वो सब देखने में, tough life, right?
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity. I just received a question and I'd like to quote it. It seems people are being seen more eager to use social media, digital media, and short news apps like InShorts. Where do you think the future of print media is going with all this?
Nowhere. I mean, like I said, we are the only, first of all, we don't define ourselves as print media, right? I mean, I never say every time someone asks me, I say I work in a newsroom because we've always done a variety of things. In 2008, for instance, when I was in Mint, I gave every one of my reporters a high definition handheld video camera to shoot videos and post them on the website. Right? Irrespective of whether there is traction or not. I mean, so everyone is pretty much a multimedia journalist now. But I think the advantage that print has at this point in time, like I said, is that we seem to be the only people who are investing in journalism and journalists and reporters. Many other newsrooms are not really investing in research. They're not investing in travel. They're not investing in reporters. Their focus seems to be investing in other things, right? And that gives us a natural advantage. It is an advantage that is rapidly drying up because print business models themselves are under challenge. So the question is, how do you sustain a profitable newsroom with revenues coming down? So print is not going anywhere. Right? First of all, I wouldn't define it as print. Right? Journalism is not going anywhere. And I think a lot of us, if you ask Sonia, she's not going to tell you that she's a TV journalist. She's a journalist, just like I'm a journalist. And 10 years from now, we'll probably still be journalists. But,
You mean like politicians will never retire? Oh God. No, but I just taking from what Sukumar says, I think again, so this whole investing in journalists, and I think that's something that I and Sukumar, of course, and are extremely passionate about. And I think that's why this 40 under 40 is something that we spend our Saturday mornings coming and doing, because it's so fantastic to see young people who really, I think often you think, jaise aapne pucha tha, young people, nobody cares about young journalists. I think they really are the future and the hope of this profession. I think investing, I think NDTV had become, is still an institute where I know that once they've got the NDTV tag, that other television channels will grab them within a year at much higher salaries. Yet many of them have stayed on despite that because they believe in NDTV, and that's really something which makes us all very happy. And I think the Chief Justice said recently, you can be a good lawyer and a good person. And I think that applies in journalism as well. You can be a good journalist and a good person. Our responsibility today is to mentor the next generation. I see so many people sitting here, Tehseen, Ankit, Priyanshi, many people sitting here who will go on to do many things. But the point is that the ethical core of a good journalist will never change. That's what we hope good editors can give wherever they are. And that's really, I think, what this whole function about today is. And I think now we should let them have a coffee break.
Yeah. No, one last question, and we Chief Justice has come and one last question. Yes.
So, hi, Sonia and Sukumar. A question on citizen journalism.
Can you please introduce yourself? Yeah.
Okay, so this is Anurag Kulshrestha here. Hi, Sonia and Sukumar. We've exchanged some emails also. So, a question on citizen journalism. And I mean, why is it that we are kind of, there aren't any forums or platforms in terms of when, some real happenings and events need to be shared by individuals. And I know, I mean, most of the channels and you guys look at it more as a, as a topic or a subject. So except for one or two recent platforms like in Shorts, so what is it that we can do? How is it we are addressing? Because when you try to reach out to channels, it's not easy, and I've tried myself, including certain stories on crime, law, and police, etc. And when people try to raise voices, etc., to bring out the reality, their phones are hacked and whatnot. So what is it that can be done on that?
So citizen journalism, I mean, we just had Elon Musk at the US-Mexico border doing citizen journalism. But I have to say that the only thing that worries me about citizen journalism is the lack of editorial controls and balances. It had become very popular about 5 to 8 years ago when it became this kind of buzzword and citizen journalism. But there were problems raised with how much of it was on individual interest, with the fact that there is no editorial oversight on stories like that. What is the source? What is the motive? What is the reason? It became a bit of a problem, which is not to say that there's been absolutely fantastic citizen journalism done. But I think there is still, we haven't managed to work out a kind of a system where there is all the alarm bells are taken care of. I'm sure it can be worked out, but it's something that I think newsrooms haven't managed yet. So I'm still a little bit wary of it. Though, of course, there are many, many cases where stories would not have come to light or huge exclusives not have happened without citizen journalism. So it's not something which I'm against in any way, but I do think that there are some questions, which is why some newsrooms stay away from it.
Sorry. That's it. Oh my God. What do we do with these? Okay. All right. Okay. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Here's another NDTV product.
Hi, Sonia. Hi, Sukumar. Hi, Rohil. My name is Ruby Dhingra. I have an interesting question, considering that both of you have already touched upon, editorial controls and insights. And also now all of us are journalists, we kind of straddle all sorts of worlds, whether it's print or...
Okay, sorry. So we'll take it
We will
offline.
take this
I'm so
offline.
sorry.
I think the governor's
Right.
Thank you so
back
much.
protocol to make him right.
Let's have a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to request everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. My sincerest apologies for the delay. Allow me only a few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय
Thank you. So once again, extending a very warm welcome to everyone on behalf of Exchange for Media. Welcome to E4M 40 Under 40 English Journalism Summit and Awards. And as we move forward, please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to welcome our chief guest for the second edition of the Exchange for Media English Journalism Award, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khanji. Please give him a big round of applause. He's there on time. And his being here adds to the gravitas of the initiatives. He's no stranger to Exchange for Media initiatives. He's chaired our INBA jury. He was a chief guest at INBA. And he's been blessing us with his time and his gracious presence. He really doesn't need an introduction to any August gathering, but he's serving as the governor of Kerala. He's been among the few politicians a lot of politicians say what they do and they do what they say, but he clearly took a principled stand on a very important issue, and he maintained his stand, and eventually he came victorious. To be able to believe in something and then to deal with it for almost 3 decades, and to get what you believed in the first place, it takes a lot of conviction, character, and a lot of faith in God. So congratulations to you for bearing that out. He was the youngest cabinet minister. There is a lot of first to him, but yesterday I was with some friends of his, and they said it would have been good if you called him to a Sanskrit event rather than an English or any other event. But on a serious note, it's my honor, privilege also to welcome the jury chair of our second edition of the Exchange for Media English Journalism Award, Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan, as everybody in the media calls him Suku. So Mr. Ranganathan, thank you for being here. I also see another stalwart from the media industry who again really doesn't need any introduction to any gathering. You've seen her on news television a lot of time, and she's been among the most sane voices and calm voices on news televisions. She leads by example. Let me also welcome our keynote speaker today, and she was also a very active member, co-chair of the jury, Miss Sonia Singh, who's been an editor of NETV English and really beyond the designation has made an important impact. I'd like to welcome all our jury members who are in the audience. Mr. Khan is here, and all the past winners. This is the second cohort. I just want to say that, sir, we did the Urdu Journalism Awards yesterday, and I did share whatever I heard from a very wise man a couple of days back in a very positive way with them. And that was the first edition. Kal dua bahut mili, क्योंकि कल वर्ल्ड हार्ट डे था और जैसे मैंने बोला दिल की जुबान तो उर्दू ही है. So today we celebrate English journalists. I must tell you, Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan was the jury chair for the second year, and this year, in spite of more entries than last year, the jury chaired by him, including Ms. Sonia Singh and many other very eminent jury members, have only selected 18 winners. They said while all the winners last year were good and this year also very good quality, but as per the presentations made and put forward by the candidates, the jury has only chosen 18. So while it's an English journalism 40 under 40, there are only 18 winners. So that tells you the high standards with which the jury has chosen. Last year, Suku and the jury had chosen 37 and left the last 3 to me saying, you decide. But this year, he didn't even give me that privilege also, but that's okay. I say it in a joking manner. I don't want to stand between you and the jury chair address and the chief guest address. I just want to say that we do our awards very honestly. They're not perfect. Let me tell you, no awards cannot be perfect. Anything done by human beings except by my wife is imperfect. एक शिवजी हैं वो हैं निर्विकार और एक on a serious note, we do it with a lot of integrity, with a lot of domain expertise. We have the locus standi. We have people like Ms. Sonia Singh, Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan lending their name, and really they take ownership of the jury, of the process. Rohel and the Exchange for Media team ran the process. But in terms of who wins, we don't have a brief for the jury. Ultimately, awards are an elimination process, and then you come to a certain mass from which you choose. So it's a very honest process. It is close to perfect, but no awards is perfect. And I keep telling this story that last year, a friend of mine and his wife, they're from Hyderabad, their son, whom I know fairly well, applied for a 30 under 30 in business. And he didn't win. And I know the boy personally is outstanding. And I was very embarrassed that he was not in the list. So I wrote them a long email, which basically said Tendulkar is a great cricketer, but he gets out at 0, 10, 20. So is Virat Kohli. Some days they don't play well. You know, that doesn't make them any less cricketer than they are. Similarly, some of you who were shortlisted, who presented to the jury, did not make it this year because possibly on that day you did not present well. So I just want to say that those of you who are much below 40, apply next year. On Monday, we had our Impact 30 under 30 10th cohort. And I saw the past winners. Before the award started, 2 hours, we had the winners of the last 9 cohorts, some 10, 12 of them. And I looked at their progress. I think we are proud that they were in our list. And I keep saying why awards do what they do to you. They give you a third-party validation. They also help you build a personal brand. But really, the recognition that you get by doing work inside your company, from your peers within the company, and the growth, it comes from real work. So while we do awards, and awards have a purpose, I think it's the real work that you do in your newsrooms, in your editorial meetings, in the bylines that you get for the work that you do counts. So keep doing that. Media can do a better job than it does currently. So I hope we all collectively raise the bar, whatever we can do. I wish you luck, and we celebrate your success in a moment. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Since we are moving closer to the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, how about a visual treat related to this award ceremony? Can we cue the AV, please?
Exchange for Media's second edition of English Journalism 40 under 40 recognizes professionals in the domain, such as be it print, television, or digital. The list will include editors, reporters, anchors, journalists, marketing and digital media professionals, videographers, news producers, and video editors. Through a rigorous and exhaustive jury process, the list recognizes 40 outstanding individuals who will be the trendsetters for their peers and have demonstrated insights and knowledge in their respective spheres of work. To arrive at the English Journalism 40 under 40 list for the year 2022, the first step was to call for the nominations. This year, we received an overwhelming response of 150 nominations from the industry. A high-powered jury scored the nominees on the basis of career history, editorial impact, quality of reporting, and ethical standards, and arrived at the end result. The year 2022 has been one we have never seen before, which is why going through the incredible entries this year was pretty special for the members of the jury. The nominations they reviewed showcased just how well the young industry talent stepped up to the new challenges brought on last year and truly proved their mettle. All the entrants got a chance to be presented and pitch their nomination in front of the jury panel. And following some intense discussion and debate, the esteemed jury arrived at the final list of the English Journalism 40 under 40 achievers for 2022. A special thank you to each of our jury members for the time and effort they've put in to bring out the list. Sukumar Ranganathan, Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group. Sonia Singh, Editorial Director, NDTV. Rajdeep Sardesai, Advisor, Senior Journalist, Columnist, Author and News Presenter, India Today Group. Bhupendra Chaubey, Senior TV journalist. Veer Sanghvi, editor, columnist, TV host and food critic. Rahul Shiv Shankar, consulting editor, Network 18 Group. Vikram Chandra, founder, Editor G Technologies. We congratulate all the winners as we move towards the moment we've all been waiting for, the unveiling of the top 40 brightest young industry leaders of the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for jury chair, Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan, editor-in-chief, Hindustan Times, for his address.
I didn't know I was going to speak twice. Right? Governor Shri Arif Mohammed Khan, my fellow jury members, young journalists, it's a pleasure, privilege, and honor to be here. I'm only going to tell you about the jury process itself. This year, like I said in the morning, we told ourselves, just because the name of the award is 40 under 40, we are not going to set ourselves the impossible task of meeting the numbers. And the reason for this is simply that when you're looking at 80 nominations, there is bound to be a range of performance, right? And if you were to look at it in numerical terms, if someone is to be selected in my book, they would have to be between a 7 and a 10. So let's assume you find a 10, but then after around 15, 16 people, you start looking at 4s and 5s just to make the number. You're going to put together a very disparate group of people and say all of you belong together. And I think that's very, very unfair in an exercise of this kind. At the same time, we were very cognizant of two things. One, to the extent possible, and I say to the extent possible because I think Sonia made a very important point when she was speaking. Most English newsrooms are very unrepresentative newsrooms, not very representative of the real India. They have too few people from remote corners of the country. It's changed from the time when I started in journalism over 3 decades ago. It has significantly changed, but there is huge scope for improvement. And even within that representativeness, if you were to distill it and look at the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe representation in newsrooms, and it is important. I always believe that, you know, it's good to, I mean, anyone can tell stories. So it's not as if, you know, to tell stories about women, you need more women. But there is a reason why we aim for gender diversity in newsrooms. And I think similarly, it's important to aim for a class diversity in newsrooms. And it's not being done to the extent that is being done. So having said that, as members of the jury, all of us were very cognizant of geographical spread. We were very cognizant of the benefits that some journalists get from working for large platforms, because people who work for smaller platforms are usually disadvantaged. And we were very cognizant of the backgrounds of the individuals concerned. And we've picked not 40. I thought we'd pick 19. Anurag tells me 18. But 18 or 19 people we've picked. And the good news is these are really the best and the brightest of this generation, truly talented individuals. We expect great things from you, because as this country grows, as we progress, as we become more prosperous, as we pull more people out of poverty, as more aspirations start turning into reality, I think it's very important that we have a young, talented cohort of journalists and editors who can tell their stories. So with that, congratulations again, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan. Before we can move forward and start the award ceremony, we'd like to take this opportunity. We'd like to seize the moment and express our gratitude and present a small token of appreciation to Honorable Governor of Kerala, requesting Dr. Anurag Batra to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, join me, bring up a very enthusiastic cheer and a big, big round of applause as I welcome Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, Honorable Governor of Kerala, on the stage. Well, I did have a longer introduction prepared, but as the time goes, this personality needs no introduction. Once again, requesting Honorable Governor of Kerala to kindly take the stage and address the audience.
Can I place it here? That's all. That's okay. Shri Anurag Batra ji, Shri Sukumar Ranganathan ji, Sonia Singh ji, ladies and gentlemen, in Kerala we say, Elavarkum ende vandanam. First of all, my gratitude to Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media and Business World, for the invitation to participate in this event. My hearty congratulations to all the winners of today's awards. In celebrating your success, we are celebrating the lofty ideals of journalism, which is accepted all over the civilized world as the fourth pillar of democracy. In our own tradition, a media man, particularly a reporter, means one who has developed the capability to exercise full self-restraint, that is dam, and has overcome the feelings of ill will or affection. This is the literal meaning of Sanjay, the legendary character of Mahabharata, who was entrusted with the task to report the war between Kauravas and Pandavas. Generally, it is assumed that Sanjay was the name of the character, but the commentators have opined that in this context, Sanjay is not used as a pronoun, but it is a noun used for a professional who can report the events without any bias or prejudice, without any fear or favor. I am sure you would agree that Sanjay who was a trusted employee of Dhritarashtra, the Kaurav patriarch, while performing his duties, acted fairly without showing any favor or bias towards the warring groups. It is this quality of the journalist that deserves recognition and celebration. Even otherwise, in Indian tradition, it has been asserted, dharmasya vidhaya neko, ye ve prokta maharshi bhi, swam swam ashritte, swam swam vijnanam ashritte, damas tesham parayana. There are so many interpretations, commentaries, definitions of religions. And the erudite people of the past, they all agree on one thing, that self-restraint, control over your desires, your prejudices, your biases, that is the highest religion. I would also like to express my deep appreciation for the sincere and hard work of the jury chaired by Shri Sukumar Ranganathan to select the young leaders in English journalism. The lofty standards set by the jury to ensure that only the best of the best would figure in the list is evident from the fact which has been pointed out earlier, that only 18 or 19, I have the figure of 18, only 18 have been selected for the awards. I am informed that this initiative, that is the second edition of E4M, has been curated by Shri Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, Exchange for Media. We all know that Exchange for Media has been reporting on media marketing, advertising, and communication for the last 22 years. And its editorial platforms have been receiving respect and acceptance all over the country. Moreover, its English Journalism 40 Under 40 Awards, which we are going to present, recognize professionals across print, television, and digital media. I am happy that the list of awardees encompasses almost all sections in the media fraternity, namely editors, reporters, anchors, journalists, marketing and digital media professionals, videographers, and others. We live in a mass media, or we can also say social media age, where the role of responsible media has acquired even more significance. Thanks to the modern trends in media, we see a plethora of channels using various technologies, supplying information and views. In every democracy, media serves as a primary source of information, offering citizens regular updates on local, national, and global events. News media also functions as a watchdog, and its institutions and often sets the agenda to help society to decide the issues that need to be discussed. But above all, media educates the public on complex issues, encourages healthy debates, and helps in informed electoral choices. We know that free media is absolutely vital for a healthy democracy. Media also has the duty to promote social harmony and national unity, which are the prerequisites for any progress towards prosperity. Objective, free, and fearless are the adjectives that have been used traditionally to articulate what people expect from media. But one is tempted to ask whether in this age where what bleeds leads is mostly a taint setter, and many media organizations hire consultants who offer pre-scripted fear-based topics. How many media professionals can still afford to uphold the time-tested journalistic ideals? The jargon used for this practice is known as stunting or just add water reporting. I do not ask about unbiased journalism because the majority of the journalists now do not really have a role in deciding what is to be printed and what is to be left out. But this is not a new malaise. Many years ago, a leading media personality, H.L. Mencken, said, freedom of press is limited to those who own one. I also recall a famous speech made by John Swinton of New York Times, not recently, in 1880, when a banquet was organized in his honor, and a fellow journalist raised a toast in the name of independent press. The response of John Swinton is worth quoting, reading. He said, there is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America, and he is talking about America in 1880. There is no such thing at this date of the world history in America as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinion. And if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinion out of the paper I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things. And any of you who would be so foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for a new job. If I allowed my honest opinions to appear in one issue of my paper, before 24 hours, my occupation would be gone. If these remarks were made in the last decade of 19th century, one can very well imagine the pressure and the difficulties to which the present-day journalists are subject to in 23rd century. The increasing trend of media being embedded to political ideologies or business interests reminds us of the opinion of an English author who said, the controversy over freedom of speech and of the press is at bottom a controversy of the desirability or otherwise of telling lies. He further said, the right to report contemporary events truthfully or as truthfully as is consistent with the ignorance, bias, and self-deception from which every observer necessarily suffers. But we should never forget that in the present age, the court of public opinion moves much faster than the courts of law. What society now experiences is an infocalypse that reminds me of what an American author, John Nesbitt, said: we are drowning in information, but starved for knowledge. With business models in media being drastically altered, the struggle to survive profitably sometimes compels media to resort to a form of sensationalism or even fake or paid news. As a result, we have progressed from stories to narratives. The saying at present is that fake news is cheap to produce, genuine journalism is really expensive. A solution to this needs to come from the media themselves, because it is the media's self-respect and dignity that is now at stake, and it is high time that it is restored. I do hope that the award winners and their future work will contribute more to the restoration of the grand stature of the media. The winners, when I say grand stature of the media, something which happened in my office when I was industries minister came to my mind. A very leading industrialist of the country was there waiting in the room of my private secretary. And that group owns a leading newspaper. And my staff, they behaved normally with it. But few minutes later, a senior correspondent of the paper, which was owned by this group, he entered into the office without any prior appointment. And my PS immediately got up. And with great courtesy, he asked him to sit down and said, I will just be back in a minute. He came inside and told me that so-and-so is there. Can I bring him immediately? I said, please bring him. And this leading industrialist of the country later told me that that gave me the idea that why we should not take up the responsibility of being the editors. The winners of today's awards can be genuinely proud of their achievements, especially in the light of the social impact of their work. However, these awards also bring on them a great responsibility with regard to ethical and professional standards in news reporting, as well as the social impact of every word that is printed or broadcast. It was just over a century ago that the celebrated editor C.P. Scott wrote a piece to celebrate the 50 years of the Manchester Guardian, in which he reminded us that comment is free, but facts are sacred, reminding those in his profession about the much-needed self-imposed restraint in comments. He said, it is well to be frank. It is even better to be fair. We need to ask ourselves, how strictly do we follow this rule? At this decisive juncture, when the boundaries between news and views are blurring, and marketing concerns override editorial propriety, those in the media have a duty to be vigilant to safeguard the reputation of journalism. Like everyone else, the journalists also have an obligation to perform their duties in a manner that serves the larger interest of the society and promote the constitutional ideal of human dignity. The journalists who do their duty upholding the ideals and ethics deserve to be recognized and lauded, need to be celebrated. Shri Anurag Batra and his exchange for media, they deserve our appreciation for this initiative. And if I may quote our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who said, our newspapers and magazines should have global reputation. We should reach digitally across the world. Indian institutions, this is more important. Possibly he was talking about you. Indian institutions should give away literary awards like they are given in different parts of the world. This is the need of the hour and necessary to the country. Finally, I would like to refer to a beautiful Sanskrit verse in which Narad Muni describes the meaning of truth. He says, Satyasya vachanam shireya, satyadapi hitam vadet, yad bhuta hita matyantam, etat satyam matam mam. Telling the truth is best, but more than that, tell those things which benefit everybody. I hold that thing which is beneficial to large community is actually truth. I hope all of us, including our media people, will hearken to this call and will ensure that ultimately it is our Rashtriya Dharma to pursue public good through our actions. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed towards the awards ceremony, requesting the Honorable Governor of Kerala to stay back and requesting Dr. Batra to join in. And of course, please put your hands together for the jury chair, Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan, joining us on the stage to present the awards.
I think you will applaud the Honorable Governor for the speech.
A great deal of hard work, dedication, and commitment goes into one's job, and that is exactly what we are celebrating here today. So I must encourage everyone to give their best round of applauses, cheer for them, and make them feel like the star of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with the second edition of E4M English Journalism 40 under 40, and the award goes to
And the winner is Aishwarya Paliwal, Principal Correspondent, India Today TV.
Please welcome Aishwarya Paliwal, Principal Correspondent, India Today TV. Aishwarya, congratulations. We'd love for you to say a few words.
So, you know, this award actually goes to the India Today group, Kalipuri, Supriyo Prasad, Rahul Kaval, because they are giving us a platform where we can do the stories that we want to do and show the truth. So to India Today.
Congratulations, congratulations. And on that note, The next award goes to
And the winner is Akshita Nandagopal, Deputy Editor, India Today TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Akshita Nandagopal, Deputy Editor, India Today TV.
Thank you so much. I guess it's nice to be recognized considering we're everyone's favorite punching bag. Once in a while to get recognition is great. Thank you to e4m. Thank you to India Today Group because hard work and merit means nothing really without opportunities. So thank you to India Today. Thank you.
And the next award goes to
And the winner is Anisha Mathur, Senior Special Correspondent, India Today TV.
Unfortunately, Ms. Mathur couldn't be here to accept the award, but we have Ms. Pooja Shali accepting the award on her behalf. So nonetheless, we must appreciate and celebrate the winner. Congratulations to the winner. And the next award goes to. And the next award goes to.
And the winner is Deepak Bopanna, Principal Correspondent, Times Group.
Mr. Bopanna couldn't be here to accept this award. We welcome Ms. Shivani on his behalf. Although he's not here, but he still did win the award, so we can at least clap for him. How lovely is that? Quickly on to the next one. The award goes to.
And the winner is Prabhu Jyoti, Editor Views, Hindustan Times.
Please welcome Mr. Dhruva Jyoti, Editor Views, Hindustan Times.
Thank you. This is a wonderful recognition. Thank you to Exchange for Media, to the jury, and to Hindustan Times for giving us all the opportunities to rise and shine. Thank you.
And the next award goes to.
And the winner is Dipankar Ghosh, Deputy National Editor, Hindustan Times.
Please welcome Dipankar Ghosh, Deputy National Editor, Hindustan Times.
Thank you for the jury for this recognition. Also, of course, thank everybody at HT. It takes a whole village to put together good journalism, reporters, photographers, editors. So thank you to everyone. Thanks.
Keeping it short and sweet, moving on to the next winner.
And the winner is Indrajit Kundu, Deputy Editor, India Today TV.
Well, guessing by the woos, I believe Mr. Kundu is quite the rock star around. Let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Mr. Indrajit Kundu, Deputy Editor, India Today TV.
Thanks a lot to Mr. Arif Mohammed Khan, to Mr. Ranganathan, and to Dr. Batra and the entire jury. Well, I would like to, of course, thank the India Today Group for providing me the opportunity to tell the stories that I wanted to tell over the past 1 decade, without any fear, without any hindrance.
And of course, journalism these days is almost a thankless job. Most often we get trolled and abused. So it's always nice to get some sort of recognition and appreciation. And the fact that it is 40 under 40. So it does give us a lot of impetus to move on and carry forward with the kind of job that we're doing. So thank you so much.
Not only the journalists get trolled, award givers and organizations that give awards also get trolled. So don't worry, keep doing your job.
Before I move on to the next award, I'd like to thank the jury chair for joining us on stage. Thank you very much. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome Ms. Sonia Singh, Editorial Director, NDTV. And the next winner is...
And the winner is Milan Sharma, Special Correspondent, India Today TV.
Unfortunately, Milan Sharma couldn't be here to accept the award. We have Ms. Sneha Murdani accepting the award on her behalf. Lovely. You're my favorite person in the crowd today. Thank you. And the next winner is...
And the winner is Pooja Shali, Senior Special Correspondent, India Today TV.
Let's welcome the lady. Please put your hands together for Pooja Shali, Senior Special Correspondent, India Today TV.
First, this is twice in a row, so it's an absolute privilege. I want to thank Exchange for Media jury for considering me, for considering India Today television journalists. It means a lot. And I think I'll just say one thing, amid all the hate that is thrown at television news, look at ourselves here. We are under 40 journalists, and each one of us has been able to prove by example and by our work that good work is still happening, good work is still possible. And just remember one thing, that we put in more than our hours, more than our strength, more than our days to do the work that we believe in. We fight for it. We fight for reforms in the industry. So today, let's appreciate ourselves and continue to stay on, continue to keep working. And cheers to all of us. Congratulations to all of us.
Very well put, Ms. Shali. Congratulations to you. And the next award goes to...
And the winner is Priyanshi Sharma, Anchor and Reporter, NDTV.
Let's give Priyanshi Sharma a big round of applause.
Very cliche, but I can't say anything beyond thanking the people who've been behind this. My mother who's here, all my friends and family, all my editors and mentors, Sonia Singh, Chetan Bhattacharya, Nidhi Razdan, Dr. Pranoy Roy, who've been the guiding lights throughout. I've learned journalism from these people, and whatever I do will be because of them. Thanks very much. Then very importantly, I want to thank all those people who don't come on camera, but they're behind the work that we do. All the camera people, Xavier Thomas sir is here today. All those in the PCR, production, graphics, admin, everybody at NDTV who are not seen on the camera, but they make this possible. Thanks very much yet again. Thanks e4m. Thank you.
And the next award goes to...
And the winner is Rishika Barua, News Editor and Senior Anchor, NDTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's super easy to clap. All you have to do is put both of your palms together, just like that.
I'd also just like to say a very big thank you for giving journalists a recognition and a platform like this. I think I really hope that it inspires us and it enables us to do our job, which is journalism, tell stories without fear or favor, something which is common nature for us at NDTV. And I just want to say thank you, I think, to, my family, because I'm receiving this award as a new mother, and God knows it's not easy. It takes a village, like another colleague just said. So thank you to my family. You know who you are. You give me the legs to stand on. And thank you to NDTV, because you've given me the wings to fly. And thank you very much, Sonia, especially to you, because I think it's leaders like her who've enabled women like us to be able to do it all. So thank you.
And with you winning this award, you can be sure that you're bringing your younger one into a better, enlightened world. Congratulations. And the next award goes to...
And the winner is Roshan Kishore, Data and Political Economy Editor, Hindustan Times.
Please put your hands together for Roshan Kishore, Data and Political Economy Editor, Hindustan Times.
My sincere gratitude to the organizers and the jury who recognized my work, and all of us. And, I would especially like to thank my entire newsroom. My editor-in-chief is here because, at the end of the day, what you see is collective work. And, the only thing I want to say is, a lot of us have said about the journalists always being criticized. No, I think in a way it helps also, because nothing helps like baptism by fire. These are very challenging time for journalists. And in a way, it's good that we continuously try and improve and make ourselves relevant. Thank you.
Congratulations. I'd like to thank Ms. Sonia Singh for joining us on the stage, and to present the next set of awards, please welcome Mr. Raj Nayak, Managing Director, House of Chair. And keeping up the celebratory spirit, the next award goes to...
And the winner is Ruby Dhingra, Managing Editor, News Checker.
Please bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Ruby Dhingra, Managing Editor, News Checker.
Thank you very much to e4m and to the jury. A lot of things have been said here earlier about, the hard work that we put in, but it really does take a village. The entire team of people who are supporting you back at your home, the video editors, the camera person. So I'd like to thank NDTV, where I learned everything, and News Checker, where now I'm teaching whatever I have learned to young journalists like yourself. There were many questions earlier before the event started. And, this gives hope. I hope that all of us who are winning awards here can give you some hope of, what's in store for you ahead. So thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank Tehseen and my mother, who are both here and who contributed a lot in, making me reach here. Thank you very much.
Quickly on to the next one, and the winner is...
And the winner is Sneha Mary Koshi, Senior Editor, NDTV 24/7.
Please welcome Sneha Mary Koshi, Senior Editor, NDTV 24/7. A big shout out to all the aspiring journalists. This could be you in a couple of years, so please, let's keep the spirits high.
Hi, just a couple of things. This is coming at a very important point for me because it's about the reporting that we have done. Many of us here have done for the channels where we work with, for the opportunities that we have got. As an intern, I started with NDTV. I stand here today, very grateful for the opportunities. I hope many of you who are sitting here would get the opportunities and the bosses like we have got, who have pushed us to the limit. Sonia pushes, others push. We are pushed to the limit, and we are so grateful for the opportunities. Thank you, everybody who is sitting here, for the job you do day after day after day. Thank you very much. I also have to thank my husband who's here, my parents and my in-laws. There's a reason why I have to do this. It's my first year back after my maternity leave, and it feels like I'm starting all over again. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right. Well, I'm not sure if this is the right platform to say this, but as Dr. Batra says that तालियों पर GST नहीं लगता, तालियां tax free हैं. So I must request everyone to offer their loudest cheer to all the awardees. And quickly on to the next one. The winner is Sneha Modani, Deputy Editor, India Today TV.
And the winner is Sneha Murdani, Deputy.
Thank you so much to the jury, and thank you to everyone at India Today, our seniors, Arun Puri, Kali Puri, my boss, Supriyo Prasad, Rahul Kaval, our news director, and the entire team at India Today, because whatever we do, it's always about teamwork. Also, I want to take this opportunity to thank my family, because it's not easy with a little child. You come to work, you spend in so many hours and beyond that as well. So without their support, it's not possible. You know, I just want to say something. When we came to this event, I sort of heard somebody from the audience talk about the fact that television does not cover health. And I want to say that my focus has always been health. I'm a health journalist. I also, in fact, anchor a health show. I conceptualize a health show, and I focus on health stories. And this is a misconception. You just need to watch the right television news channel at the right time, and then you'll know, I guess. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, I can be healthier, and I'm sure I'll be healthier. But everywhere I speak of two things, actually three. One is the fact that global warming is for real, sir. I read a Time magazine cover 2 weeks back where it talks about oceans and how oceans are shrinking. It is very bad for the planet. Second is I talk about kindness. I think I've known Shri Arif Muhammad Khan ji for many years, thanks to Dr. Balla. And he's been very kind to me with his time, with his patronage. Mr. Nayak, who I met 23 years back, has been, you know, my father-in-law wife. My wife doesn't come to any. Yesterday, she came specially to meet him for 5 minutes because she's very, very fond of him. So they're very kind to me. So I recommend this book which I read in March only, called Humankind by Rutger Bregman, the Dutch philosopher. His first book, this is the book I gave you, sir, when I met you last week. And the third thing, which is connected with Sneha, is sleep. A lot of people ask me, where does my high energy come from? A lot of people ask me, why do you work so hard? Why do you work so much? And how come you're active from morning? I sleep well. I think a lot of media people in India in general compromises on sleep. There's a book called Why We Sleep by Matthew Fokker. If you don't want to read a book, you can watch his TED Talk. And after you watch it 2-3 times, you will start sleeping 9-10 hours, definitely more. And the best time to sleep is 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. circadian rhythm. So I must tell you, I follow that. I sleep 10 hours every night. And I'm not exaggerating.
Then you must be going early, because 9 to 3 is only 6 hours.
Yeah, but I sleep more like 10:30. Most days I sleep till 10:30, around 10:30, 11. But like on Tuesday, Wednesday, sir, I slept at 7:30 p.m. So there are days I catch up on sleep. So health, the biggest
pillar is sleep. So I want to say to all of you are young, less than 40, what you do in your 30s and 40s will determine your health for the next 30, 40 years. So I do want to make that point. We want to see you healthy. And when we launch our 50 above 50, I would like you to win that.
I also follow circadian rhythm. I sleep at 9 and I get up at 5. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Neha. Well, Dr. Batra, I'm for sure asking my mother to read that book. Quickly moving ahead, but before that, as we have reached the final slot of awards, I'd like to thank Mr. Naik for joining us on stage. And to present the final set of awards, please welcome Professor F.P. Khan, author, communication and design expert. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, come on. And quickly on to the name of the awardee. The award goes to...
And the winner is Sonali Acharji, Senior Associate Editor, India Today Group.
Please welcome Sonali Acharji, Senior Associate Editor, India Today Group.
Thank you so much to the jury and to e4m for this award. This award is very special to me because the pandemic just got over. I'm a health journalist, and during that time, it was extremely difficult to report. Going into hospital wards, seeing people die, it was very, very difficult. It was at the time that I realized that we are a product of the people and experiences around us. And I really want to thank the India Today Group for the kind of support we received as young journalists. I not only managed to do all my reporting, but I managed to publish a book on COVID. I managed to start a podcast on health. These are things which are very difficult to do in these tiring times. And so yes, there is a lot of space for journalists in this industry, a lot of opportunities for growth if you're just hardworking and you have a passion for facts. I do quite quickly want to add that I started my career as a journalist when I was 17 with NDTV. I was injecting tapes to be edited for the Car and Bike show. I'm 35 now, and I still am so proud to be a journalist. So this is really a great industry. Thank you.
Congratulations. Quickly on to the next one. The award goes to...
And the winner is Dharini Kumar, Senior Editor, India Today TV.
People at the front tables, I believe a round of applause is called for. Lovely, lovely. Please welcome Dharini Kumar, Senior Editor, India Today TV.
I want to thank my mentors, Kalipuri, Supriyo Prasad, Rahul Kaval, and Shivarur, for not just giving the opportunities, but also for keeping me on my toes still. Also, television is a team effort. A lot of nameless, faceless people who work tirelessly. English newsrooms are run by very, very young people. So I also want to thank my team, some of them who are still in the newsroom working tirelessly. And lastly, I dedicate this to my father. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final award for the second edition of E4M English Journalism 40 under 40 goes to...
And the winner is Urvashi Kapoor, Associate Editor, Jagran New Media.
Well, we are closer to the lunchtime as well. Maybe that will get you to clap. Please welcome Urvashi Kapoor, Associate Editor, Jagran New Media.
I would like to thank Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, and all the jury members for thinking me worthy for this award. My family is here. Thank you always for supporting me. And this really means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, although that's that for the awards, but post-lunch, we do have some more interesting sessions all lined up for you to add to your pool of knowledge. With the same, we'd like to give a huge round of applause to our presenters and would like to thank Honorable Governor of Kerala for joining us today. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Oh, we do need a group photo before we can move on to the celebratory lunch. Must request all the awardees to kindly join us on the stage. Well, this is a tradition here at Exchange for Media and BW Business World that we follow. Requesting all the awardees to kindly join us on the stage. And of course, jury members. Requesting all the awardees and the jury members to kindly join us on the stage for a group picture. Well, for a change, I am delighted to see the comfort around here on the stage. We are celebrating you also. How about a close-up smile, a better smile? Requesting Mr. Nayak to kindly join us on the stage. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners, requesting everyone to kindly join us quickly back in exactly 45 minutes for the next session to begin. check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have everybody's kind attention, I believe everybody's enjoying lunch and celebrating their win. For your kind information, in the next 10 minutes, we shall start with the session with the first panel discussion of the day, requesting everyone to kindly stay back and join us for the next session that is to start in exactly 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes, we are starting with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic at hand is rebuilding trust, restoring confidence in journalism, a detailed talk and conversation with all the stalwarts of the industry, requesting everyone to kindly stay back and join us for the next session. I hope that everybody is having a good time enjoying their lunch, requesting everyone to kindly stay back and join us for the next session starting in exactly 10 minutes. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to start with the next session, requesting everyone to kindly start settling down. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly take their seats as shortly we shall resume the program. Like, well, I do understand that it is not every other day that we get a chance to come across such great personalities, but I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, I must request everyone to kindly settle down, as in 120 seconds, we are to begin with the next session. Requesting the audience to kindly settle down, and also a healthy reminder to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Thank you.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant, and quality content for the marketing.
Well, post-lunch sessions are bound to get a little bit dizzy. So could I please request everyone to kindly stand for 30 seconds? Could I please request everyone to kindly stand for 30 seconds? Empty out your hands, the water bottles, the mobile phones, perhaps. Everybody. How lovely is that? Yes. Could I please request you to kindly stand? Everybody. Lovely. Well, the idea here is we are here celebrating this fine day. We are addressing a lot of issues, that all the doubts, all the questions that people had in the morning with the fireside chats and all the interactive sessions. How about we get into the zone? For the next 30 seconds, I must request you to clap your hands together as loud as you can. Blood circulation बढ़ेगा तो दिमाग ज़्यादा तेज चलेगा. Could we please do that? Lovely, lovely. Everybody, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me clarify. This was not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. You all may kindly be seated now. With this, we are moving to this next segment of today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute delight for me to introduce our panel, our first panel for the day. The topic at hand. Well, luckily for most students out there, for the aspiring journalists who have these questions, we are going to be discussing about rebuilding trust, restoring confidence in journalism. Join me as I welcome our panelists. Please welcome Professor Farhad Basir Khan, Professor, Author, Communication and Design Expert. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together for panelist Joyita Basu, Editor, The Sunday Guardian. Please welcome Roshan Kishore, Editor, Data and Political Economy, Hindustan Times. Let's keep the claps rolling. Please welcome panelist Atir Khan, Editor-in-Chief, Awaz, The Voice. And completing the panel, please welcome the moderator, Sohini Ganguly, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media. And before we can start, I must once again remind everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Is this working? Yeah, thank you so much. Like she mentioned, post-lunch sessions can be a little busy, a little, you may feel a little drowsy. So let me wake you up with a small story, or rather an experience that I had very recently, which is very much relevant to the topic. I was at an event the other day, and I was speaking to some people. I met a gentleman whose first line to me was, as I introduced myself, is like, I don't like what journalists do today. And I was taken aback. Of course, that's how this gentleman started speaking to me. Like, I asked him why. Is there anything particular? He's like, no, not anything specific. I just don't trust it. I don't know what to say specific or whatever, but I don't like what you guys do. And the conversation may be stretched a bit, but I would like to ask you all, people in the room, what do you think? By show of hands, can you tell me how many of you actually have full trust and confidence on today's journalism? How many of you trust it totally? Well, I think that speaks a lot to the panelists. Coming back to the panel, the number of hands that went up were very less. Where do you think we as journalists are going wrong? I can start with Professor Farhad. Where do you think today's journalism is going? Why are people not trusting it? What's happening?
Hello. The thing is that this is not a secret that if you look at the trust barometer reports, at a lot of places, not in India alone, the trust in the media is reducing. And there are several reasons. But here we are not, we should be looking at solutions. I think what media is doing is that in pursuit of building a brand and brand has a USP, and because of that brand and USP, they are, they have very strong, I can say, editorial policy. There are, so divergent of views is something we are yet to see, which was earlier a very, very important area of journalism. The second thing, where we can win trust is to inform marginalized community, people who don't access to so much information and little something we need to do. That's another part. I'm not touching on the political
part, but I'm touching on the all social responsibilities which all channel should have to win back that trust. There are maybe when I'll get a second chance, I'll elaborate on more points. But for now, I think I shouldn't be taking more time.
Thank you so much, Professor Farhad. Johita, would you like to add something on why do you think people are losing trust on journalists?
I don't think our readers are losing trust by newspaper. So I disagree with that. But yes, what is happening is, you see, there is some kind of a deep divide that has come into, I would say, the media space. Now, when that deep divide is coming in, certain things, the problem starts when the headlines start getting written first, and you then fit in, tweak content to kind of fit your headline. That becomes a problem. And, when that is exposed, it is bound to cause some kind of an erosion of trust. No, but at the same time, now when there is this deep divide, you have to decide. I agree that you have to take actually a moderate path. You just cannot be too left or too right. And when you are talking about this loss of trust, I would like to believe that, it's in these extreme positions that the loss of trust is happening, especially when you are looking at Indian journalism. I don't want to talk about, what we are seeing internationally, because frankly, we saw, in fact, right now we are witnessing what is happening when in terms of, say, the distrust that the Indians have in general towards, I would say, Western legacy media, the kind of stuff that is being written about India, and a lot of things are being said about India, and a whole lot of things, the whole Canada fiasco that is going on. So yes, it's a fact. We journalists are also very skeptical of what the Western media talks about Indian media or Indians in general. But at the same time, you see, the minute we say that we don't trust the media, then who do you trust? Do you trust your WhatsApp forwards? Do you trust WhatsApp University? There is a lot of misinformation there, a lot of disinformation there. But even then, maybe one person has told you about it, there's a lack of trust. When you go to the people in general, they are all turning to credible news sources to get their information. Okay, so I'm not willing to say that there is a lack of trust in the media.
Right, Joyita, I would like to add there, you mentioned about the Western culture also, right? Do you, Western media,
the Western coverage.
Do you think in a run and in a race to match up with that coverage, the Indian media might be losing out on fact checking information? Do you think there's that aspect there?
It will depend on, you see, how many of your stories that you publish, how many of your reports that you have kind of shown on television, your news reports, how many of them have proven to be wrong. Once I get the statistics in front of me, the data, only then I will say, yes, okay, these are the, all mainstream media, the whole of mainstream media is going wrong. And maybe the fringe media, what we talk about, the extreme left and the extreme right, they are, so what happens, a lot of this misinformation and disinformation is coming from the fringe. So I think we need to make a distinction over there. What serious journalism is about, I don't see there is a lack of trust in that. But yes, whatever the fringe is reporting, there is a problem there.
Right. Roshan, I would like to come to you. Where do you think, how can journalists strike a balance, or media houses strike a balance between reporting authentic news and being, still remaining objective, maintaining the objectivity, not being influenced by factors that they might have a personal thing for? How do you think they can strike a balance?
To answer your question and to coming back the larger question of trust, I don't think the crisis which the media today is facing is one of trust. I think what we have is two sets of people by and large who disagree with one section of media, because what that section is saying, they actually don't like it. And I don't think this is a problem to the Indian media, or even I would say our country per se. I mean, look at the United States, for example. There, it is becoming increasingly like rare that like two people if one is a Democrat and one is a Republican, would even get in a relationship today. Whether or not you decide to get a vaccine or not get a vaccine depends on what your political view is. You had an incumbent president alleging that the election had been stealed. And, no matter what mainstream media was saying, Mr. Trump still managed to get 50% of the vote. So I think what we have is the fact that our society today is extremely polarized. And, it is natural for people, to look at the media and find a reflection of their own view. So that is where I think this problem arises. And, no matter what you say, no newspaper, or mainstream television channel, says stuff like Jawaharlal Nehru was a Muslim, or something else has happened, or this has happened. But people have those belief systems. So I think it is slightly, I would say, unrealistic for the media to expect that it can completely change the society's psyche in a way. You have to live with the times in which you're living in. And our political space is very polarized today. What media can do, and I think the bigger crisis for the media is one of relevance rather than trust. Because in a day and age when WhatsApp and Twitter and everything else and Instagram is happening, how do you stay relevant to the audience? To use a business language, the consumer base you're serving. I think that is perhaps a bigger challenge. And going forward, I think increasingly become like an even bigger challenge as to how do you stay relevant. And that I think is the larger question which we need to address. We can perhaps come back to it in the course of discussion, but that is what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Roshan. Mr. Khan, would you like to answer the very same question? How do you think media can stay relevant today?
Well, I would like to start with with an observation of a Canadian cognitive psychologist called Steven Pinker. He was quoting a research and he said that we are living in a world where people are, behaving well with each other, like never before. They are cooperating with each other and they are kindly with each other. But why is it that it is not reflecting in the real world? That reflection is not seen. So his assessment is maybe it is something to do with the consumption or access of news media of people. You see, when you were talking about the gentleman you met and he said that he does not trust media, perhaps, he was looking at media collectively. Now, today, media is a package. It cannot be like a print or a TV or a social media or a digital media. An outsider looks at media as a package of all. And there's a lot of interplay between all these media platforms. So what is happening is we are picking up content from social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, and we are processing it. We are putting it in some sort of analysis into it and presenting. And, from television, it is going on social media, from print. So there's a lot of interplay which is happening. So we'll have to address this so-called distrust or, with the in totality, as a package. We'll have to look at it. My assessment is that, we'll have to do, we have to continue to do our duty, which is of a watchdog, as Honorable Governor of Kerala was saying, that we are the watchdogs, and that's a prime duty. And we must continue to ensure that we are doing that. We are, attracting, we are helping people make informed decisions, and we help, the institutions to make course corrections. You see, worldwide, it's a phenomenon now. It's not just, media is not an exception. You'll see it, the global institutions are being criticized. You see, every industry, there's a lot of churning happening worldwide. Within India also, we see our institutions with critical eye. So I think this is all good because, as Nicholas Taleb quotes, and he says, disruptors in any system are good. They help improve your system. So I think we are going through very interesting times where every other person on the street identifies himself as a journalist. He's empowered, he's a camera, he's living in a digital age. He wants to revolutionize things, he wants to make a change. But in the process, when there's a lot of interplay which is happening between all these mediums, we have to be careful, as Joyita was pointing out, of misinformation and disinformation. And, when it comes to institutions, we are the fourth pillar. Other institutions may in some degree, deteriorate. But if the media, the trust in media, goes away, it's a very, very dangerous situation. So we will have to address this. And I'll tell you my experience of what we have been doing. A bunch of friends, we journalists, we got together during COVID pandemic, and we thought, what do we do? What should be a course in future journalism? Should we be doing what others are doing? That was the time I remember when there was a lot of gloom and doom all over. So we thought, why not do something more, let's do something creative. So we started a platform called Awaz the Voice, which puts out feel-good stories of, inclusivity, pluralism, syncretism, interfaith harmony, stories of success of people throughout India. And we have had an amazing response. So that goes on to show there's a lot of craving for this kind of journalism, which we have. You see, our responsibility is not just to the polity, our responsibilities to the society. So we tend at times to and we are not to be blamed for this. We are living in a system of, in an ecosystem which is full of negativity, and we are part and parcel of that. So I think we need to broaden, we should not be looking everything with political lenses, which we as, I frankly agree, some of our journalists, subconsciously they have started doing when you see things around them. So what happens is when Mr. Mahesh Sharma or say Sultan Khan, we are giving them content which enforces their views. So they love it, they like that content. But same Mr. Mahesh Sharma and Sultan Khan, at the end of the day, when they look around and see, look, oh, I have a problem. My father needs to be hospitalized for his old age treatment. Who will solve this parking problem? And it is then when they get together, they discuss, oh, media is, they're doing good for nothing. They don't do anything, they're just pitching one person against another. So that is the perception which needs to be changed. We have to get out of the system of, this ecosystem of negativity. And no one individual journalist is responsible for it. It's the entire system. We have some very good minds in this industry, as good as any other industry in the world. So that, the broad basing of your content, getting involved in, subjects which to us are not important because we are in this, we're looking at everything with a political prism, but we should also understand that we are a country which is the largest population in by 2050, we're bound to become a superpower, irrespective of which government is there in power. So we have to prepare for that. And we as journalists, it's our duty to prepare people for that, look into, areas which are not being explored, geriatrics, parenting, water scarcity, food security. These are the things we will have to, expand into so that we win people's trust and confidence.
Thank you so much. Some very important points made there, but two key things that you mentioned was the first very important thing, and I think we have a lot of students who might have studied the same as media, is the watchdog. And another important point that has been mentioned in the morning, again on this panel, is misinformation. I come to Professor Farhad. What happens when the watchdog starts spreading misinformation, because it is seeing a rise? How do media organizations curb the spread of misinformation?
First, we have to look at the genesis, why it happens. Probably the funding model has a problem which runs on advertisement, and that runs on public opinion, TRPs, and so there is a whole problem of, you need to, sometimes they act like echo chamber of certain groups so that they can get more TRP, more people. Sometimes they would not expose something which is probably owned by someone who's running the cross media ownership, and a lot of those systemic problem are there. But what we need to look at and how we can do is, number one, that fact checking need to be very, very strong. And if as a is all channel as a policy adopt that, I think their trust would come back in the sense that those propaganda and those lies which are spread like opinions would stop. The second thing which is getting back the trust would be that we involve people, we involve people from different strata into newsrooms so that we can get divergent views, as Sukumar, in the second speech was mentioning, that there is no much diversity of voices in newsroom. And the third thing which comes to my mind is, after fact checking, is that we need to a source of very trusted information, and that would only happen when people would start believing in you. And how people would start believing in you, that you have to start with giving them something which is more relevant to in the sense that building nation, science, public good, and probably less of political stuff initially to start with, till we are we can repair the system and make it more accountable. The other two things which is probably look very different from each other, so they look like a paradox, but this paradox would work. Number one is expression, the freedom of expression. So any reporter who want to cover anything should be allowed to that freedom. And the second part of that paradox is that it should be a huge accountability if something doesn't go well. So both accountability, which would of course stifle freedom of expression, and freedom of expression both be given in a newsroom.
Thank you so much, Professor Farhat. Johita, I would like to come to you. How do you think the rise of social media and citizen, journalism has affected the traditional journalistic practices? And does that have anything to do with, the lack of trust or maybe confidence?
Yeah, you see, when you're talking about lack of trust, I'm first going to tackle that, what we were discussing earlier as well. Now, you see, there is a line between interpretation and misinformation. There's a line between interpretation, how you interpret a news, how you interpret maybe a set of data that comes to you, whatever. There is a difference between that, and how you manipulate that. And you basically, that amounts to disinformation, and you are going into the misinformation territory. I don't think that news outlets, mainstream papers and all, so I don't think that kind of maybe interpretation happens. But if you're asking about disinformation, basically outright lying, I don't think any media organization worth any name will do that. They don't do that. So you may not like a particular way of presenting news. You may not like a particular angle a newspaper or a magazine takes, but to say that it's outright lie, that I am still very optimistic about Indian media in general. So I don't believe that happens. So when you're talking about social media journalists, and this is and because of it's the age of social media and WhatsApp and all, now there is a possibility that yes, that media can kind of interpret things differently and actively become tools of certain agendas, of certain ideologies. And I'm saying it could be from any side. All right. And the things, and what happens after that is that once that is pursued, a certain narrative is built. But you see, that is not credible. That is not always credible. And so I'm still very skeptical about when you're talking about these social media journalists and all, because you don't know what has happened, what information has been cut out and whose agenda they're serving. So I'm very skeptical. The citizen journalists and all, beyond the point, once you start scratching the surface, you realize that something or the other is coming out. So that is why I say, earlier also I said, when it comes to people who want actual information, they would rather turn to actual journalism, actual media reports. They will seek validation from there, whether it has actually happened or not, than trusting, because ultimately social media journalism is equal to WhatsApp forwards. You don't know whether there is any credibility in that or not.
Thank you so much, Joyita. Very, very well said. Roshan, I'd come to you. Speaking of, we are in a digital era. There's a lot of emerging technology. News houses are adopting technology as AI anchors and everything. But how do you think these very technologies, say AI or blockchain, can enhance, say, trust and confidence amongst the, the people consuming news?
I mean, it is human to think that, the times we are living in are transformative times, and like our generation of journalists will think that social media or AI or blockchain are perhaps the biggest disruptions to ever happen to journalism. I think it is important to realize that, technological innovations will keep happening and existing models of work, journalism or otherwise, will keep getting disrupted. The question of trust and other things, I think we have to accept the fact, when the Bengal famine happened in this country, there was no reporting of the Bengal famine in British papers, because the British government was worried that it will undermine the war effort, because the government was basically confiscating a lot of grain for the war effort during the Second World War. So until the then statesman editor actually decided to break this embargo, nobody knew. This is like Jurassic Age as far as social media is concerned. You had in the United States something like McCarthyism, where a certain gentleman who decided that anybody and everybody who was even suspected of being a communist was pretty much hounded out. Not just media, film industry, universities, everything. So these kind of things will keep happening. And I think the larger question which we need to ask is two things. One is from the supply side of the industry. If people who are deciding what goes in media, TV, print, whatever it is, and there are people who own that business and there are people who run that business. If there is a widespread consensus that we will not reach a certain red line, either way, it could be against the government or for the government. I mean, it is the given ideological bias of the day. You will not have objective news. I think this is still a better world to live in, a world of complete regulation of media by the state. Because media can have its problem, but I would still think that, you can have a debate whether you should have absolute freedom of expression, like Sir said, which is the case in the United States, or not. Which is the case, as far as our country is concerned. But I think we are still better off in a slightly deregulated media environment. The second thing, and which makes me come back to the question of relevance, is I come from the state of Bihar. Back home in my village, the joke used to be that so and so has absolutely no work in the day, and he ends up reading even advertisements in newspapers. And the idea was that he had absolutely no way to pass his time. Today, and I think it is more the age of handheld internet devices rather than the internet or social media per se, you're spoiled for choice as to how you want to spend your time. You can decide to do Instagram or YouTube or OTT, or you can decide to read a website or something. I think, media, at one point of time, you could either tune into the radio news or you could read newspapers. We do not have that monopoly, as far as, the concentration span of the audience is concerned. That is where the bigger crisis of relevance comes. Now, whether you do AI, if somebody can use AI to build, say a very beautiful interactive thing, and whereas, you keep engaging with it, I think it would serve media very well. Now, you could use AI to produce deepfake videos. Such say the video of a prime minister or a very senior political functionary is circulated, which can go viral within no time. So I think rather than technology per se, we have to deal with these larger problems, as to what the relationship of the media industry to the regime is, the wider political order is, and as to how you deal with the reader as far as their engagement time is concerned. I mean, unless we can deal with these two structural questions, I think our problems will continue to haunt us.
Thank you so much, Roshan. Again, very well said. Before we open up to the audience, I have a question for Mr. Khan. How do you think, the journalism education programs need to adapt themselves to the changing media landscape and ensure that we have students here who are studying journalism, ensure that these very journalists, the aspiring journalists, can maintain integrity when they step into the industry? How do you think the journalism programs can help?
Well, is that the journalism probably.
Sorry, this was first. I'll come back to you after.
Both share the same. Yeah. Or Saab can also add his, comments to it. Basically, I'll go back to what I was saying that, journalism institutes need to be mindful that we have become too political, we're looking at everything from the political lens. So if you look at the politics on a global level, there's the changes happening in many countries, right? It's not just India. Rightist ideology is part and parcel in various countries. So that should not be disturbing us in any way, first of all. But we must learn to see beyond politics, because when we started journalism, we're still lucky to have pick up a lot of uh, stories which were related to human interest and things like that. So what I need to tell the new generation of journalists is that you don't get carried away by AIs and all. These are very important tools to learn. You must, but journalism is all about human emotions. It's all about emotions, and no machine in this world can replace human emotions. Joyita and I, we started career even before the advent of Google, and we were experiencing similar, you know, uh, thoughts that now, oh, Google has come. What happens to expertise domain? Now all the experience we had gained, nobody, there's no value for that. But then nothing changes. It's all these are all tools you have to learn. But what you have to learn is that you have to look beyond politics. You have to explore areas which need attention. They're craving for attention. And let me tell you, there's a lot of audience for such issues, people who want to read content on that. Joyita has been putting out a lot of content on Sunday Guardian, which has some very interesting, they cover a lot of very interesting, important issues which need to be addressed. So, like I was saying that, we as journalists, it's our duty to be watched off, but we have social responsibility. But at the same time, as we grow in next 27 years, all eyes will be on India, on Indian journalism. What is Indian journalism offering people? So we have to be mindful of that. We have to be very judicious in our criticism, both within the country and outside the country, because if we are, excessively critical of the countries which are outside, there's a backlash which is coming in. And I've been reading some books from authors from, from the West who are already, talking about it. So we have to be mindful, but at the same time, we have to be careful about the disinformation which is being spread. India is going to rise, and nobody can stop it. So we as journalists have a very important and very sensitive role to play.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. Professor Farhat, you were adding something to this question. That's after this, we'll open up to the audience questions. If you have something to add on this.
The generation of teachers actually we had were very good. I'm not so good. My teacher were probably better, but now what we have to look at it is that the time has changed, and the time so the curriculum which the student are learning need to be entirely you have to discard the older one. The entire definitions changed. Fact checking are not part of the is not a paper in a journalism school. So these are very few deficiencies which we need to really look at with how time changed, and so that we can teach these students. In my days, we were taught what Mr. Khan was saying, that these were all very relevant things, and you have to be speaking truth to power. You have to be, you have to listen to your own inner voice. You have to be side of the truth. But in a technological, all very good, but doesn't mean that I'm negating any of it. But in a newer ecosystem which is emerging, there are newer tools which are coming. I don't know how many of you have read my book, which is Game of Vote, and it has I'm very fortunate that Purnam Mukherjee wrote the preface to it. And we talk about in that book, we talk about how Obama actually, or any leader, how they planted things which are not real, and how we have to learn these new techniques and the new truth and the newer way of saying things, and how to prevent if somebody is misusing these mechanisms. So this is what I wanted to add, is that the teacher need to learn about all this, and then go. So this saying just that listen to your inner voice, or speak power to the truth, or all these are all valid, but how do you do that in a technological era with newer tools which are there to fool you, to deep fake is actually look fake. Changing context is not even changing anything in the news. If I have some people who are blue burqa clad in Afghanistan, and I just put it in some other context, say that it is taken in Hyderabad, I'm changing a little. I'm giving you a very a small example, then everything changes. So so all this is are easy to do, easy to duplicate, easy to manufacture. In this age, how you find truth? If you need to find truth, to speak to the power now, and the people are out there are going to give you your own stories. So these are something which in this age the student can devote their time and learn on their own if the syllabi are not doing. At the time, I'm one of the founder member of Mass Communication Research Center, Jamia. I build it up from first batch onward. Now I'm at Hamdard and trying to rebuild the entire thing I've disregarded, and we are making a new syllabus looking at all this. So every one of you have to do this, the people who are in journalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Farad. I think we have time for one question. Okay, so a gentleman here raised. Can we give a mic to him first?
Everybody can listen.
Mic is up.
Okay, I run as online news channel, which we started during COVID. That was targeted. That's a weekly channel, which was targeted at the global Indian diaspora. So that now straight to the question. Now, I've got two questions in mind. One is what Roshan said about the media dividing the society. Is our media really responsible for that? Because how does society get divided if media doesn't play a role? That is the first question. So anybody can answer. The second is, why are we so scared to ask questions to the politicians who come for 5 years? What is this so magic that we cannot ask questions? They only come for 5 years. Even the chief of army staff comes into power for 2 years. Right?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think, Roshan, would you like to take the first question?
I'm sorry, I think you got me wrong. I didn't say that media is dividing the society. I said media is actually a reflection of how divided our society.
My question is our media responsible for dividing the society?
I told you. I said media is not responsible. It is the way our media is.
But how does the society get divided without
you
the
got to
media?
listen to
So
me.
just a second, yeah.
I said the way our media functions is actually a reflection of how divided we are as a society. So media, did not drop from like somewhere else. Media works within the same society which we work.
I think it's both. We mirror each other. So if the society, the society is divided, you can see that not even in like earlier days, not one party wins. It's like a lot of parties would come together and then win. So there is a division which you can. It has its own problem. The division has its problem that little issues like Kaveri River would be discussed in parliament because you have regional party to support. So the same thing is happening here in the time is up. So some other time, it's a very interesting thing. You can meet me and I'll tell you how we change each other and what are the mechanism and what are the ways we do it. So we'll meet one
Yeah,
to one. And
whoever has
thank you.
questions can take this with the speakers offline. I'm sure they'll be around for a while. You can take this offline.
Ms. Ganguly, I believe we are running at a paucity of time.
Yeah.
But there is one question. Could I please request the gentleman to kindly stand who asked me to ask this question? And I quote, "Sir, in the era of artificial intelligence, why is it difficult to control or remove fake news from different platforms? Is the onus should be on the intermediary platforms or government or the media platforms itself?"
Would anyone like to take that?
I believe the crux would be in what ways and what are the ways that fake news can be removed? That's what you're trying to ask.
Right.
ये कह रहे हैं कि artificial intelligence के इस दौर में why is it difficult to control or remove fake news from different platforms, be it digital media or print media?
What makes you think that artificial intelligence is the be all and end all of knowledge? How do you know that artificial intelligence has not been manipulated to reflect certain views? So why are we even thinking in terms of artificial intelligence? I know a lot of things happen nowadays. I know, sub-editors putting their copy through artificial intelligence and all, and what comes, the result is it's a mess basically. So just trust your fact checkers, trust the simple things about, making a phone call and finding out, because artificial intelligence, you never know. The certain kind of bias is also coming into, according to what the person who has programmed that bias is also coming in. So, it's very difficult to, let's trust, for example, the human intelligence before we get into the artificial intelligence part.
Sorry, sir, we are running out of time. We can take this offline. Please, sorry.
I'll just sum this up. What probably this he's asking is something different. He's asking, if I'm right, he's asking that like AI is not responsible for deep fake and all, then why can't we have an AI to catch? So it's set a thief to catch a thief, like a situation. Yes, we can program. Yes, we can have an automated conveyor belt kind which we require. Yes, all the I'm advisor to a lot of these channels where we do that conveyor belt kind. So all the social media platform like Facebook and all, they have this kind of a algorithm which picks up which are all doubtful, and then we all sit together and do it. So it's being done. It's on, and all social media platform are actually doing, because they are responsible for what is going on. So rest assured, time would come that it will become easier for user to get it. Now big corporate have it already.
Thank you, Professor Farhad. And with that, we are wrapping the conversation. This was very insightful. Thank you so much to all the panelists.
Well, I do believe that you have some questions, but these questions aren't directly related to the topic that our panelists were discussing, maybe in the further discussions. But for now, could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? And for such an informative session, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Talking about fake news, talking about unbiased reporting, this brings us to our next topic of discussion for the panel. Navigating unbiased reporting in polarized news culture. Once again, thank you very much, panelists, for joining us. Thank you very much. Talking about navigating unbiased reporting in a polarized news culture, please welcome our panelist Aditya Raj Kaul, Executive Editor, National Security and Strategic Affairs, TV9 Network. With a huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. It isn't that late. Please welcome Dr. Surbhi Dhaya, Professor and Course Director, IIMC, New Delhi. Please give it up for panelist Dipankar Ghosh, Deputy National Editor, Hindustan Times. Please give it up for Sneha Mary Koshi, Senior Editor, NDTV. And completing the panel, please welcome moderator, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, Exchange for Media Group.
Thank you. Thank you, Sahibjeet, and thank you everyone for joining us on this conversation. So a diverse, panel, a different point of views, and a topic that we often talk about, we touch upon. May I request people at the back to please be silent. We've spoken about unbiased reporting, being neutral, all of that. That's what journalism is all about. But then we have these platforms. I'm sorry, Pankaj at the back. May I request? Yeah. Then we have these social media platforms where opinion is important, and there's no. It's not bad to express your opinion in today's world. It's seen as a thing that you have a right to do so. But when it comes to your reporting, do you need to separate it? Is it good? Is it bad? Do we go beyond that? Do we need to relook at the way we used to think about reporting? So this is broadly what I want to understand. Let me start with you, Surabhiji, on this, that it starts from the foundation itself. What is being taught right now? Is it in keeping with what is happening in the market, right? People love to express their opinions. In the college, we're told, look, be neutral, left, right, center, but no, just listen to everybody, but have your own neutral stand. Does that stay relevant?
So very much, Ruhail. Some of my students are here, and in the very first class, we tell them to be very, very objective, very, very balanced in their reporting. What happens, in this polarized news culture, in this media environment in which, news and information, they are very heavily influenced or, characterized by extreme differences, maybe in perspectives or, maybe ideologies or political leanings. And this polarization, it often, results in a very sharp division of the society into distinct ideologies or partisan organizations or groups. And each one of them, they consume news from sources that align with their existing beliefs or their preconceived notions or values or, political preferences. So what happens is then a sort of echo chambers are created. So what are echo chambers? Basically, consumers also, they consume news from sources which make them re-believe or reinforce their pre-existing beliefs, notions. So we especially at IIMC, we try to train our students to whenever they write something, they have to have diverse sources of information when they write something. So cross-checking is very, very important. Fact-checking is very, very important. So we teach them that you will have various sources of information, but you have to decide whether you are taking this information solely from one angle or one perspective or one source. So please verify it from various sources and do not let your own biases creep into the information that you are providing to the society.
Absolutely, absolutely. Aditya, your initial comment on this, is it okay if you express yourself in your reporting?
Well, it's absolutely okay to have an opinion first. You cannot escape an opinion. If you're trying to hide really that you don't have an opinion, you're probably lying to the people. You have an opinion on each and every subject. in some ways, more than other. But when reportage is concerned, a journalist needs to take a call that whether you go by the proponents of, ethical reporting, or you go by the pulls and pressures that are involved. These could be organizational stands that are taken. These could be probably political leanings that are there, and a lot of other pulls and pressures. In my life, I've been a journalist for about 15 years now, and I've had, of course, we've reported with Dipankar also very closely on several political issues. But there have been times when there have been immense levels of pulls and pressures, but also biases and attacks that have happened. Where do I start really? I remember that almost a little more than 2 years ago, there was an Indian journalist called Danish Siddiqui, who was killed by the Taliban in Afghanistan. And this was the same Danish Siddiqui who had also covered the COVID-19 pandemic for Reuters. And the kind of attacks that Danish faced, probably because, he was from a particular religion. And this was during the pandemic when, a lot of people were dying and, there were these funeral pyres. And there are two ways of thinking about it. One is that, of course, there were Western media attacks that were happening on India. And, people perhaps in Italy or US or other countries were not looking inwards and not introspecting. But then there were these photographers, not just from the Reuters, but other organizations who were given a task to report the reality. And they were just coming out with the facts out in open. But he faced attacks. And nobody did anything. People went to Getty Images website and said that this each photograph is for 24,000 rupees. But that's like a standard rate for each photograph there. It's not Danish Siddiqui that is earning 24,000 from that particular photograph. And unfortunately, then we saw Danish Siddiqui dying. And it's sad that because I made a documentary on him, I spoke to his family and others, I can say that not just the Indian government, not just the Afghanistan-style government, but the Western governments and Reuters itself, everyone remained silent on it. Nobody demanded justice. Nobody demanded facts. And if you speak to the family, they're more upset than the Taliban or the Indian government or the Western powers with the Reuters. That, you do not, you have an independent investigation, but you do not release that to the family members who are the first right to know. So there have been several such instances. I have faced attacks during the pandemic as well, because, I pointed out that in this particular state, things were not right. And you get threats, you get, intimidated. And one small example before I, give the mic to you is about Kashmir as well, where I belong from. And since Surbiji mentioned about echo chambers, narrative plays a significant role in this. In Kashmir, 15 years ago, we were told there were editorials written, there was reportage on separatism, on, so-called freedom fighters, etc., the same ones who are in prison today. And whenever we reported about any killings or their hawala rackets, etc., we were blamed. We were told that you are the culprits and you are trying to scuttle the freedom of expression of these people. And today, it's the other way around completely. So I think we all are guilty. It's not just an individual journalist, but organizations who take a particular ideological leaning and the masses. And in this previous, discussion that happened, panel, I was listening to it, and the question that came in about, biases. I think it is about organizations who are taking a particular role, and they put a lot of pressure on journalists. So it is about journalists to take a stand. I made a documentary on Danish Siddiqui. Nobody objected to it. Of course, people may not like it. People may object to it. But here is the truth, and it is for everyone to see. And whatever the media unfortunately reports, there's a lot of criticism of Arnab Goswami that happens, a lot of other editors in Hindi media that happens, rightly or perhaps wrongly. But it is the reflection of the masses. It is the reflection of the society. A joke on a lighter note that my father used to often tell me when I used to work with Arnab, that, why don't you ever advise him that, he's screaming so much all the time. And, what's this all about? And then after a week, he used to watch Arnab again. And I used to tell him that, why don't you stop watching it if you don't like it? So unfortunately, this is the society. They may not like it, but they continue to watch it. And the same pulse is picked up by the editors and media organizations, unfortunately. And we see media still evolving in India. Thank you.
I agree with you. I think in a different context, at a different forum, a senior journalist did point out that people would speak, kind of criticize television, but they would watch television, Let me come to you, Dipankar, on this note that if bias is okay. Is bias okay as long as your facts are correct? So you took a stand, you made a documentary, but your facts were right? As long as your facts are right, is it okay to take a stand that you believe in?
So I've worked in a newspaper all my professional career, so I'm going to stick to that. And I think between a newspaper and its reading public, there is a contract. And that contract is basically framed by the pages on which the stories appear. So I think there is a separation between bias and reportage. The opinion pages exist for a reason. If you're appearing on the opinion pages, it is intrinsic that you are expected to write what you think you should be writing. A reporter on the news pages must have his own opinions for sure. But I remember, even in school, there was always this question in debates that is news subjective or news objective? And sure, there is an element of subjectivity in all news. As Sukumar said in the morning, all journalists must have red lines. So those red lines in terms of subjectivity are things like hate crime is wrong, murder is wrong, communalism hopefully is wrong. But you arrive at all of those conclusions in a news story through objective tools of journalism. So you give people the right to respond. You reach out for comment. That entire process basically makes your story stronger. You reach out to the first person in the chain. You get first voices. So that's incredibly important. Number two, I think in terms of bias, I think it's incredibly important for a journalist or a reporter to understand he is not the story. One of the things is that we see this happen more and more, that you seem to be, and I think it's emblematic of a phase where everybody is getting on social media, everybody has a voice, is that you seem to want to be active protagonists in a story. And that's a problem. You can be a protagonist in the story in the sense that you're one of the persons telling it honestly, but you are not the story itself. You're not adding to the story. You shouldn't be adding to a diplomatic push. You shouldn't be taking away from a diplomatic push. You're reporting the diplomatic push. And the moment you do one of these two things, you leave space for, in that story, the people that matter. So the story then centers around the people, the place, the social conditions. It lends itself actually to great writing. If you're not putting your own opinion there, you're most likely using those 200 words to tell the social characteristics of that person, their caste, their gender, where that story is coming from. So the moment you do, I think, these three things, keep yourself away from the story, tell it, use objective metrics, and be honest to the reader that this is a page one news story, therefore it does not have opinion. You want opinion, it's on the edit page. You want sports, it's on the sports page. The moment you're honest with your reader or your viewing public, I think there is a clear separation that begins to exist between bias and reportage. And I think that's actually super key, particularly to print journalism at least.
Absolutely. The reason we have categorized news and we have different pages. Sneha, your opening remark on this, how do you see this, the need for being impartial and the fact that people really want to listen to what stand you've really taken as a journalist?
Okay. I'll start with an example, and I'll perhaps end my opening remark with just that example. How many of you are familiar with what was happening in Sabrimala? So there was a court order. The court said women can go into Sabrimala, against what was the belief at that point that women of certain groups, menstruating or particular age group, should not be going to that temple. Now, once that court order came, of course, it's now back in the court. But when that court order did come, I was on the ground. I and some of my colleagues were women on the ground. So it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter. And mind you, I'm from a different religion. This is about a Hindu temple. And it's a very, very sensitive, emotive issue and a highly polarized issue. People are split in groups. It doesn't matter whether you are husband, wives, father, mothers, whatever. Forget about organizations. You are split on the opinion whether the court order is right or not. In these circumstances, some of us, I won't say just me because I don't want to put myself forward. There are some of us who go there. Difficult circumstances to report. What do I believe in? It doesn't matter. What do I think should happen? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what my organization thinks. Trust me, as a reporter, you have to put your foot down. If your office says you have to do something, you have to say this is what it is. Fight for it because it is your story. At the end of the day, it will be your office's story. This is what your life is. If you are a reporter, if you're a journalist, stand for your stories. It's more important than ever before. So you debate it out, you discuss it out with your editors. I have the privilege of saying that editors will not give me a line of what to add in that story. It's my job to get it done. So we are there. We have been, I don't want to get into all of that, but yeah, it was not a very pleasant place to report at. There were all kinds of things that happened out there, particularly for women journalists who were reporting there. Why am I saying this? I'm saying it only for the reason, at that time, what mattered? The Constitution mattered, the court mattered, and what the fact is mattered, period. Nothing else mattered. That's where I come from. That's what I believe in. That's the journalism I know.
Thank you. Surabhiji, your students are also here. Again, I want to put this in the context of the academic side, You see television and we call it toxic. Somebody said that there are so many talking heads on television, you call it Ravan School of Journalism, whatever. And they are exposed to it. We teach them something, they're experiencing something else. How does it kind of, how do they kind of deal with this? It's a duality it's a conflict, how do you enable, how do you handhold them to look, this is journalism, don't be bothered about it. But there are icons on the other side, which we called toxic, How do you handhold them that, look, this is not journalism or this is journalism? Do you guide them? Are these conversations happening in education institutions of prestige like yours?
I would say that we would like to train our students, very holistically. We would not tell them only goody things about journalism. I tell them at least, all good and bad things about journalism and media industry as well. So on the one hand, when I talk to them, I brief them what is reporting, what are different beats, how to do crime reporting, how to do court reporting, how to do parliamentary reporting. But at the same time, I also show them the true picture of the media industry today, so that when they enter the media industry, the day they enter, they're not shocked. They should know about what is happening in the media industry, and it is their right. How, media is being corporatized, how it is politicized, who are the owners of media, and how it impacts the, overall, narrations, right? So if brand capital is there, it is there, what is, like, he's from, I think, Hindustan Times. We have strategic partnerships there. So the revenue side of it, the financials, the business models, the editorial policies. In fact, in my latest 2 books, which have been published by Oxford, Indian Media Giants, which I've tried to do case studies on the legacy media houses in India, the Times Group, Hindustan Times, Hindu, Indian Express, Bhaskar, Jagran. I've tried to, do detailed case studies on them, that what are their editorial policies versus what are their business policies. Similarly, in my new book, which has just been released last month, Digital First Entrepreneurial Journalism in India, I've tried to see the digital portals that have, emerged over a period of 2 decades in India. So where is the money coming from? How they are wanting to shift to the subscription-based model, and why? Why don't they want advertiser-based model? Because they say that they want, subscription-based model so that they can write what they want to write, right? So I try and, in fact, all the teachers, we try and do, classes on fact checking. We try and teach them what is misinformation, what is the difference between misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, what is fake news, and how it is creeping, and how, you have to be objective all the time. You can face problems. Your editors or owners might agree or disagree with you, but as she said, that you have to fight for your own stories, because that ultimately will be published under your byline, and you will make your own credibility also with your, genuine, objective stories. So we try and bring everything to academics, good, bad side of media, and also what can come up, envisioning the future. So thank you.
Wonderful. So, Aditya, again, a journalist told me that, look, if you don't shout on television, if you have a plain news like those graphics, you don't have that, the dramatic graphics and there's no noise, people won't watch in Indian context, because we should not be guilty of saying that, look, it's not like BBC clean, the anchor is speaking softly and all of that, No, we should not be guilty of not being that, It's our culture. It's the way we love to have news. Do you think there's an audience that is forcing us that if you don't have this kind of news, which is polarized, which is noisy, we won't watch you? And that's also leading journalists to do that kind of news. Do you think there's a compulsion, an outside force on journalists, on anchors, to be what they don't want to be at times?
I think I'll start by what Surabhiji actually mentioned, and that's the most essential part in TV journalism, at least, which is the kind of revenue model you have. And this revenue model directly impacts your journalism, your whatever you do. Of course, you had the TRP controversy also around it. And this revenue model is completely flawed, because these are completely based on advertisements that you get. And for advertisements, the channels have to reach out to the people out there, the companies out there, and tell them that you are number one and you are most watched. And how do you do that? So there is BARC that comes into picture, or other agencies who actually, I don't want to speak against them at this forum, but people know what happened. And of course, this TRP system is also jinxed, because how do you rate it? The Hindi or the regional watching media is much, much, much larger than the English watching people out there. And there are multiple channels who have been involved in this, kind of a fraud of TRP scam. So it is completely now the ball in the government's court to have a kind of a neutral TRP system, either under the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, or have an independent player out there who does not see any kind of profits coming in from either any channels, media houses, or any of the corporate houses out there. But you are absolutely right. Sometimes, unfortunately, I have to say that screaming is important. That does not justify, unfortunately, what happened probably when Sushant Singh Rajput died, the kind of mockery that we saw on the television. And I'll also highlight, I'm not sure if I should say this, but in a particular channel, the senior editor reached out to the editor-in-chief and said that, we have spoken to the doctor who was involved in the autopsy. And he says that, it isn't a suicide. So editor-in-chief said, forget it. We won't get the numbers really if we don't go by the, the theories that we are coming out with. So this is the standard that we follow, that you need a lot of masala journalism out there and build in these conspiracy theories so that, you have more viewers. Similar was the case when Sridevi had died, and you had those bizarre visuals coming on the screen on television. And unfortunately, looking inwards, because I've spent most of my time in TV journalism, we do not get appropriate training. And this training I'll speak because I cover terrorism and conflict. Particular conflict training is not given. For instance, what BBC or the New York Times or the AP or AFP would give. And this was clearly visible a year ago when the Russia-Ukraine conflict happened. And it almost became a fish market in Ukraine because each and every channel sent in their 5 to 6 reporters out there because Ukraine wanted their, publicity and narrative. But nobody knew how to. It's just God's grace that nobody actually became a casualty in that entire process. But that kind of a training is not imparted by any of the organizations, at least most of the organizations. So I think we have to look inwards. We are the reflection of the society, but a lot can change if media owners and editors actually take a stand. A lot of difference can happen. Thank you.
Thanks. Pankar, give me your newsroom. I mean, every day, how do you deal with the fact that your stand has to be absolutely, unbiased? What are the practices that you use or, Hindustan Times looks into? What are those metrics that you look at to ensure that news reporting is objective all the time?
Okay. So there's a very clear process that happens. You have in the morning, you will have an edit meeting where the idea is first pitched, formulated. The editor will speak to the reporter, will kind of perhaps sift through the intricacies of that story at that point. So we'll shape the direction of how the reporter looks at the story for the next 6-7 hours. I mean, I think the one good thing that print has over digital or TV is the value of time. You have time for the paper to come out the next day. So in that sense, there's this greater responsibility on you to be correct, more nuanced, more factual. So you've got 6 hours when that happens. It's very important to have an open newsroom and create an atmosphere where there aren't such difficult hierarchies that the reporter finds it very difficult to speak to his superior if there are questions through the day. So I think that nurturing environment is incredibly important. Then at 6 o'clock, when that story comes in, that's when the sausage really gets rolled. So you've got to you start going through every word. So you will always ensure that if you're doing something about a government or a party, there's a comment. If the police are saying something, certain things have to be on record. It's not easy. There are only very specific circumstances where you're okay with a completely off-record quote. All of that rigor. Eventually, then there is another editor that will sit through it at night. So I know that legacy newsrooms get a lot of heat, and they should, and in some ways it's deserved. But I think also that they're the most rigorous about these processes that happen on a daily basis. So to bring out a newspaper with 20,000 words every day is not small. And there is absolute chaos at night, not because of anything else, but because you want to get things right. You are the repository of what India reads the next day. So in that respect, everything must be bang on. So there are multiple processes that happen. You will also take great pains to make it simpler for readers. So if a story is very complicated, you will find in newspapers there'll be a little graphic or there'll be a little flow chart that explains what process is happening to you in four pictures, in a bar graph, whatever else. All of that kind of happens on a daily basis, which is what essentially ideally must weed out bias. Is the process through which on a daily basis you try and ensure that your reportage is as good as it can get.
Sneha, before I open this to some questions, the same question which I asked Aditya, have you ever felt that at times, a reporter, a journalist has to toe a certain line because the audience wants it, because there's a compulsion that the story, that's the way they love it. Like, we love masala in food, we love masala in news. Has there been a case like that ever in your career? Or do you think at times it does happen to some journalists who are your friends otherwise,
So I'll be very practical. There are some things which are great masala. So treat them like great masala and let it be. Everybody likes masala. No one always wants to eat some hardcore meat or paneer or, masala is masala, treat it as masala. But treat meat as meat. The two don't meet. At points, they may meet. In some story, they may be light heart. That's fine. Why I'm saying, I still remember this was very early days of mine. And there was this very serious, complex story that I was following. And by evening, my boss gets to know that there's this business tycoon's daughter's mega wedding happening in Kerala that I had not informed about. Now, this is very early years of mine, okay? I had filtered it off my radar. I had said, we'll get the visuals for that. It doesn't need my energy. I'm going to spend my energy on some other story. I got it nice and royally that evening because I got rostered for a very simple thing. Why couldn't you do two? Why couldn't you do both the stories? And if you can't do both the stories, why can't you tell us? And we will decide then how to go about it. So those are, why I'm saying this is, listen, you're not a puppet. If you're a journalist, you're not a puppet. But you will have to learn to put your foot down for where it needs to be put down. There could be a cost for it. It's up to you whether you want to bear the cost of it or not. If you are okay with bearing the cost, you would do only certain kinds of things that you're okay with doing, you will join an organization, you will find your way around or figure out something on your own of what the stories need to be doing, or you'll exit a place. Otherwise, I do not take this as an excuse that you have to do a story in a particular way because someone tells you or because the audience wants something. It has to be engaging. It has to be exciting. It has to be, I can't speak in a way that you are not involved with me. I can't say a story. I can't spend a day doing a story and not get you involved in it. That's for me. That's my job to get you involved in that's a report. When I say me, I'm not saying me, I'm saying a journalist's job to get you involved in our story. If we don't do that well, it's not done well. But I don't have to sell something to you that is not meant to go in that way. Every person, every individual, every subject has a dignity. And I still believe in our old school journalism rule that dignity must be given to what is deserved.
Great. So we have 10 minutes. Let's open this forum. We have some great, journalists on this side and, practitioners. Any questions? Those who have not asked since morning, let's give them. Okay, please. Okay. One word. You can take a microphone.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Before we can start with the questions, I must request the audience or the people, concerned people who are putting up the questions to kindly not to stray away from the topic of the discussion at hand.
Okay.
Please continue.
Well, I don't have one right now, but I have been provided one gunman because threats have been very frequent, at least in the last 3 to 4 years. Such is life. But I avoided it as much as possible because when I used to stay in Delhi, I was recommended and I tried to avoid it because, it intervenes in your privacy a lot. And of course, you don't know who's watching, even from the government. But unfortunately, I have to keep one, but threats have been very frequent. Thank you.
Right. Let's have one more. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The gentleman on the, yes, you. Can we hand them a microphone?
Check.
Your name and, introduce yourself a bit.
Hello, sir. My name is Avinav. I'm from IIMC, English Journalism Department. Sir, my question is that the loss of credibility to journalism is a lot more credited to revenue models, flawed revenue models. And there is a merit attached to this. I am not going to disagree with this. But there is other part of this as well. The country, which is as much diverse as India, there is an audience for everything. Be it Karan Thapar School of Journalism or Suresh Chavanke School of Journalism and everything in between. There is an audience for every type of content. So if we have an audience for every kind of content, be it short form or long form, I have been tried that even that there are some channels who is running the long form videos of 3 to 4 hours and they have 1 billion subscribers. So don't you think that in the end, everything reduced to the people who are sitting in the leadership position, that what choices they make? So everything at the end comes to the choices they make. So I am just asking that what's your opinion about this?
I think that's a very important question that you asked and very well analyzed. Of course, India has a lot of tastes. A big country like ours, we enjoy each and every form of content. But as news professionals or journalists, we have to decide that are we in a profession of reportage and providing just news to the people because people expect us just to report the truth and the facts? Or are we in the business of entertainment where we, suit the kind of agenda or tastes of the people and then, try to tilt towards that kind of journalism or that kind of an idea. We have had, songs and dance also happening on the, channels, but I think we've come far from it. We are still developing, evolving. But of course, I agree with you that the final take is of the owner of a corporation, of a media corporation. But unfortunately, in not just in today's times, it's more visible today, but in the past as well, we've had the owners taking a political position and going that way. We've had cases where journalists acted as middlemen. We've had now cases where people outrightly support, a particular party or particular government. So yes, it is the owners that should take the responsibility and take a call. But I want to also tell you that it's not just an India phenomena. If you study in deeper detail in US, it's similar and perhaps worse. With CNN, Fox News, both, shifting their goalposts and, ideology as per whichever administration is in power. Thank you.
Sir, I Asutosh, sir. I am a student of English journalism from IMC, sir. I have a question for Sneha, ma'am. Ma'am, if owner of that media house you belongs to the particular party, or if he or she is an MP or MLA, and the party that he belong or she belong is in power, then how you can choose your course to publish what? And if he or she is forcing you to publish the agenda of particular party, then how as a senior editor you choose what to publish?
So, okay, I'll try and make this very simple. I'll not go into much of theory. I just keep things very, very simple. There are just two ways about it. You go doing your business. If they do not agree to you doing your business, then you either join hands with them or quit. There's no middle path. Basically, you have to stand for what you think is the story. You have to get your facts together. You have to be editorially sound in what you do. Get your reactions together. Get the different players involved in that particular story. If it is about, say, if you're doing a story on corruption of an allegation by X against Y, then you get the different angles to that story. Get the reactions from, say, the police or the ED or the MPs, the rivals, and do a story. See what your editors say. You may have
You
to
said
So one question.
Well, I believe much like every other profession, this also comes with a choice. You have an option.
As I said,
either
you're not
way.
a puppet, or you're not no one has held you by the
if ma'am we are entering in that corporation, ma'am, how can
My
we
sincerest
Okay,
apologies. I believe one question per person as we are running on a
Okay.
schedule
You
here.
should get a prize, sir, for asking the maximum questions today. Okay, one more.
I have one question to Dr. Surbi. There are a number of students here.
Your microphone, yeah.
Yeah, your number of students are there. There are two subjects. One is the polarized, and second one, the last one was the rebuilding trust. These all students, they got the boarding pass to board the flight for journalism, learn journalism. So these two subjects will not disturb them.
No, not at all. They'll make them more stronger. Because if you know the realities, it becomes easier to work with that environment which you know about. Because I just don't want to keep them, with the goody things. And, the day one they enter and they realize that whatever ma'am taught was all, not applicable here. So you have to unlearn what you learned.
Just tell,
So I want them to learn both the sides.
and tell them to wear the seat belts. Don't worry. Yeah.
I wish them also one last.
So I'm sorry, we are out of time, sir. We can take it offline. They will be here. Yes. I think we are out of time, but thank you everyone for joining us on this panel and sharing your thoughts.
What an interesting, informative session. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. And keeping up the interesting conversations alive, we are headed towards the final segment, the final panel discussion for today's forum. The topic at hand is innovative storytelling, modernizing traditional news formats. Join me as I welcome our panelists. Please give it up for Ruby Dhingra, Managing Editor, News Checker. Ruby, if you're working here, I'd suggest that you stop for a couple of seconds because I wouldn't want you to join us on the stage without a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Ruby Dhingra, Managing Editor, News Checker. That's more like it, yeah. Thank you. Please give it up for Dhruvo Jyoti, Editor Views, Hindustan Times. Please welcome panelist Nitin Srivastav, Senior Correspondent, BBC. And completing the panel, please welcome the moderator, Charneet Kaur, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media.
Good evening, people. We have finally moved towards the final panel discussion of the day. And I would really be glad to welcome all of the panelists on stage. Thank you so much for taking out the time for this. When I was given the topic about this panel discussion, I was reading around, and the first thing that came to my mind was how reporting has changed over time, right? I remember when we were very young, rather before us, before my generation, there was the time when Prasar Bharati, Doordarshan, Akashvani was the era of reporting of how black and white to the point reporting happened without any tonal change, without any voice modulation. And that is how people consumed news via radio, via TV. And then, of course, we all know privatization happened, competition increased. And then came the era of chain se sona hai to jaag jaiye, era of news reporting, which we all know, and I don't want to dig in deeper there. Now we have both the options side by side. If you see, we have a digital platform, we have a news channel, we have a newspaper, and surprisingly, we have three people from all the three different mediums. And as a consumer, we have the option of choosing what we want to consume side by side. And most of the channels are free. Most of the channels are very easy to consume, more economical to consume. I would like to start with Dhruvo first. I would like to know this generational gap of consuming news, traditional news reporting, how this whole generational gap is affecting the news reporting, and what is the way that newsrooms and media houses can reach out to a broader audience via their way of reporting and storytelling.
Right. Thank you. And it's such an honor to be among this August panel. It's really lovely. I think for a lot of, I come from a legacy media house. It's been around for many years. I think for us, the big challenge is in terms of understanding the ways in which not just, so yes, you're right, the ways in which the age demographic of the audience is changing, but also the ways in which they are consuming news and information is changing, right? So when we were in our when we were in college, suddenly we were told, okay, news isn't news, it's infotainment, right? So I really liked it, right? Because when we would go back home, we would see suddenly news channels had started doing little half-an-hour shows about all the daily soaps or ek us soap mein kya hoga agle din, etc. Right? So as legacy media houses, we are also evolving in understanding the various forms in which young people and especially younger audiences are consuming news. So in that way, you would see a lot of media companies pivoting towards video formats, traditionally print heavy houses pivoting towards social media. We see a lot more usage of, say, platforms like Instagram, because I mean, none of my friends buy a newspaper anymore, right? So they consume their news, they get their information on social media. So that's one challenge. The other challenge, I think, is just in terms of, I mean, what the topic of the day is, in terms of understanding how to tell a story differently without diluting the story. So is there a way in which we can tell serious, hard news stories on non-traditional news platforms in a way that doesn't, A, take away from the gravity of the story, and B, doesn't introduce inaccuracies into the story? So those two are some of the things that our newsrooms are grappling with.
Ruby. Which part of that would you like me to respond to?
The honest part.
No, so I mean, since this conversation is about modernizing traditional news formats, I think we should also understand why is it that we're talking about modernizing them, right? Because we are grappling with a lot of issues. There is news avoidance, which he spoke about. And news avoidance is something that, I mean, we now live at a point of time where people want to be informed, but not too much, right? And they want to be informed, but they also want to be entertained, right? So, I mean, I worked in television before, now I work with a website. And I think that there's a point of time when I also became extremely disillusioned with the way television was going, because, when I got into journalism and I joined as a producer, this is not the trajectory that I had in mind, right? And I know that a lot of people here, a lot of students here are asking questions, what's going to happen? You don't know what's going to happen, because when I joined in around 2007, 2008, I had not anticipated that there would be, the talking heads kind of journalism, and that there would be social media, that there would be people who are running their news channels entirely on social media. So there are many new formats that have come. And the kind of work that we do, which is journalism, the entire point is to inform people, right? And while earlier we focused on broadcast, and we were kind of delivering news in a very homogenous sort of a way, thinking that we're talking to the masses, that's not the way people want to consume information anymore. Forget entertainment, yes, but also news. So at any kind of information they want to, it's not broadcast anymore. On a screen of your phone, you connect with the kind of content that speaks to you, right? So there is still scope for delivering that kind of whether it's health related, whether it's politics, whether it's cryptocurrencies, finance, personal finance, which is seeing a lot of traction on social media. So, new formats will always keep coming. It really depends on the person who's speaking on the screen or the person who's writing the article. How are they able to connect to people? If I am answering a question that you want to know the answer to, you will listen. And I think that people need to, as journalists, we need to invest our time in finding out what are the kind of stories that people are interested in. So that those would be my
Nitin?
Yep. Coming back to the point of modernizing how technologies are changing and how the whole business of news is modernizing, I think it's a very kind of an evolving process, and sort of it evolves everywhere, and it evolves with journalists as well as media organizations, as well as the audiences. I think audiences are the heart of what we do. Sort of delivering objective, impartial, fair reporting or journalism or news production is at the core of everything. Now, if the process of modernization and modernizing is happening so fast, the process of us evolving in that manner and joining on the bandwagon is essential, is a must, and needs to be done to be relevant. I work for the BBC, and I've been working for like almost 20 years as a reporter, almost 17 years with the BBC. And, I mean, just to give a small example, when I joined the BBC way back in 2005 and 6, when we used to have conversations outside the newsroom, people, oh, where do you work? I said, I work with the BBC. Okay, you work with the BBC. What's happening with Iraq chemical weapons? What's happening in Bosnia? what's the problem with Albania, all kinds of serious issues, and you were answering such questions. Nowadays, people don't want to know what's happening. Of course, they want to know what's happening all over the world. Of course, the Ukraine war is so important, and people have been covering it. But people also want to know what's happening next door. And if it is it's something to do with the younger audiences, which are at the core and the heart of the BBC's new digital first strategy, because everybody else is wanting and aiming to be on digital first, because that's the new game, that's the new platform. So you need to be quirky, you need to be young. Forget about your graying hair. You need to be young. You need to do the story for the story to deliver and evoke the interest in younger audiences, because that is the future of news. That's my sense.
Okay. Pretty, we have summed up all the kind of situation right now on 3 different mediums. But I'll be very honest, as a Gen Z kid, as a late 90s kid, you're very right. I don't read the newspaper now. I do not tune into the news channel. I only follow a few journalists who I personally like, and of course, in shorts and the short digital news medias, which is also the case with most of my friends. So, how can traditional news outlets incorporate innovative storytelling methods to engage younger audiences and people of my age to get back onto TV and print? How do you think that can be done? Maybe Nitin, we can start.
I mean, to answer your question broadly, I think the first thing is to sort of get yourself accustomed to the platforms where the younger audiences want the news to come from. And it is not just news, it's information. So news is now evolved into information. So people, especially the younger audiences, want to be updated. They don't want to get into the thick and skin of a story and want to get into the history of what happened in the World War 1917 and the Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah.
They want to know, okay, Ukraine is at war with Russia. What is the problem? What are the 5 points they want to know? So the modem of giving news and the whole idea of presenting news has changed. And I think that is where the real truth is. Because if you are able to tell them the story, I mean, explainers in the form of reportage is something which is very new, but that is really in. And it really works because you can be objective, you can be fair, you can be balanced, you can be, neutral, but you can tell them what the real story is for them to judge and form an opinion, because that is not our job to give them an opinion or judge the story. So I think that is the easiest way and the sort of the basic idea to tell them the story.
Exactly how Ruby said, that we want to know, but we don't want to know too much. We want to know in 5 pointers what's going on, right? Yeah, please, Ruby.
You'd mentioned in shots, right? And he mentioned explainers. So there's a market for everything, right? And there are so many different media organizations, like he said, legacy media organizations. I run a fact-checking organization. We have a small newsroom, we have about 25, 26 people in total, and we fact check in 15 languages across India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Now, the thing is that as fact checkers, which is also part of journalism, we cannot make it quirky. We're talking about serious issues. We're talking about how something that has been reported or some, information that is circulating online is not true, right? So you don't have to just tell them this is not true. You have to also tell them how you arrived at this conclusion and why are we saying and how are we backing that up. So this is something that we're also grappling with, and we've taken a decision again to be a social media first sort of a organization, primarily because that is where misinformation is being consumed, right? So we've tried countering a 30-second viral video which is fake with a 500-word article. It just doesn't work because people either don't have the bandwidth for it, they don't have the time for it, they don't have the inclination for it, and people also don't like to be told that they're wrong because they think that they've seen it once, so they've seen it on a platform that they trust. Right. But also there are challenges of mainstream media organization where speed is prioritized over accuracy. And sometimes people get it wrong, even when they don't want to get it wrong. I believe on one of the previous panels, somebody was saying that we don't want to get it wrong, but we end up getting it wrong for a variety of reasons. Right. So this is not a conversation between good journalism, bad journalism. It just so happens that there is misinformation online. So explainers is a great medium. But I'd also like to tell you, I mean, you guys have heard of Vox. There are some Vox journalists who are doing very, experimenting with these things. BuzzFeed keeps on, experimenting with a lot of these things. And I think that Western journalists have kind of adopted social media very quickly and experimented with it very quickly. Where a lot of us, even when I was in television, we were just going after over serious journalists. Social media is just a place to have fun and dance on TikTok. TikTok is a huge source of information and misinformation because we also are present in Nepal and Bangladesh, and that's where we're trying now. Bangladesh is going for elections, and we're trying to do little explainers on, what is the election process, what are the parties, where can you go and vote. Now we're trying to launch. So this is a new format that media literacy is also another aspect that people should look at, because now everybody has a smartphone. They don't know how to use it. They genuinely don't realize that whatever you see on your screen is not correct. In fact, I was speaking to a lady who had conducted some research at Oxford, and she had basically spent time in India understanding the spread of misinformation. She spoke to some people who were not very well educated but had access to a phone. And when they asked about, like, why do you believe what's coming on your phone, so they said this is Akashvani, because they don't understand the concept of how news lines up in your smartphone. So they actually thought that this is a message from God, and who am I to kind of doubt Akashvani, right? So the audience, I think you would agree with that. The audience we're catering to is not homogenous, right? So, which is why all of these formats have a space. So, in shorts for you, explainers for him,
Right.
Media literacy for me and the kind of people that I'm catering to. And I guess you can add what works for you here. So, I think that there is, if done well, there is a market for everything. And it's an exciting time to be in, where now even organizations are permitting you to experiment.
Yeah, Trubo.
No, and I completely agree with both of them. And I think this is also an exciting time because this kind of creative destruction and rebuilding of the formats in which news is being created and consumed is also giving rise to various newer forms and ways in which not just news is being told, but also the ways in which we think of importance of news. So like there's far more diversity in the kind of people who are coming into newsrooms, in the kind of stories that are being told, in the formats. So for example, 20 years ago, fact checking, for example, would not probably be seen as a standalone news format. And today it's so central to the way in which we imagine journalism. The second, I think, is that yes, this is an interesting time in understanding how news formats are changing, but this has always been the way, right? So 50 years ago, if you open a newspaper, you'd see those 8 columns of reams of text, no photographs, etc. So it's not like legacy formats have not evolved. They have also evolved. So if you open Hindustan Times from 60 years ago, it's unreadable, right? Because it's just text. Today, newspapers look very different. And the reason they look different, the reason, for example, that newspapers pre-liberalization and post-liberalization look different is because of photographs, is because a new aspirational generation of people suddenly wanted news. And the last thing I want to say is that I think many of us make the, or at least I did, make the mistake of thinking that, yes, now that there's a surfeit of information, maybe younger people are are happier to consume just information, and how do we deal with it? I think young people are very smart. I think with each passing generation, we see that they're becoming smarter and smarter. So all the kinds of nonsense that I would
I'll
believe,
take that personally. Thank you.
that I would believe when I was young, a younger person today. I mean, you see all the sharp questions that these students are asking. So it's not true that quality of journalism doesn't matter. So the crux of journalism that we were taught when we were in journalism school, or in our first few years in journalism, when our editors shouted at us, still remains true. It's only the ways in which we are presenting that quality of news that's changing. So it's important for our organization, for example, to keep remembering that the quality of news still matters.
Exactly. So that was exactly my next question. I was having a look at some of the funniest headlines that Indian news TV channels have given, and I have a screenshot in front of me. I would not like to name the channel, but the headline says UFO ne aasman mein kheench li gayan. So that has actually been a report on a very reputed news channel. And my question comes to this exactly what you said, quality of reporting. In what ways, I want to stick to traditional news channel right now. In what ways can traditional journalists make sure that they're not compromising on the factual reporting while incorporating innovative storytelling? Nitin, I would like to begin from you about
Well,
that.
to be very honest with you, there is no compromise at all, and there can never be a compromise. There can never be a clickbait headline to sort of sell your story, to to tell your story, you know. And if, I mean, of course, we are talking about the younger audiences, but there are stories which are really very serious, very humanitarian, which are from conflict areas, which are from war zones, which are from troubled areas, which are post-COVID, which are post-lockdown, you know, so post-demonetization, so many stories. So I'm very clear that they cannot be tampering with headlines. And I you know, there have been phases. I've also been observing the splurge in the SEO based headlines, and of course, it's a fact, and it really works well. So if you're talking about, for example, we take the India-Canada standoff recently, right? I mean, to give you a small example, I was thinking of doing some angle story last week around the India-Canada thing, and there's so much talk of India being accused, and India obviously has denied vehemently that it is no role in the killing of Mr. Nijjar. But you know, we were thinking of some angle, and I thought that, you know, what is the accusation actually? The accusation which has been denied is about is about a Mossad or a KGB or a CIA like operation, right? So we went a step back from that controversy, and we dug out something from the Mossad style of operation, which is also SEO friendly, which is also trending, which is also relevant, which is also rich in content, which gives a historical perspective and analysis, and brings the younger, older audiences back to the story. So there are ways to get around that.
Yeah.
But I think the idea of headline is still very alien for us at the BBC. Yeah.
Have you said alien on purpose? But since I mentioned the UFO headline, was it planned?
Everything is alien these days, you know, in news.
Okay, yes, Ruby, please.
No, I think he summarized it very well. I understand the compulsions. I don't agree with them of why people end up, using clickbaity headlines. And I suppose that there are, and there are multiple layers of checks and balances in any newsroom, right? So it's not like as a reporter, you've written your headline. It gets proofread, then there's a senior editor, there are checks and balances. So if a headline like that has actually gone on air or it has been published, it means that it had the backing of all of those people who are in charge. So, I mean, I really can't comment on that particular style of journalism, but now that I work in the field of fact checking, I can say that a lot of these articles, sometimes there's a very, very thin line on them kind of entering the realm of misinformation. And a lot of times, I mean, let's not talk about articles, let's talk about YouTube videos. For example, there are YouTube channels which were taken to the Delhi High Court by Amitabh Bachchan's granddaughter, Aradhya Bachchan. And they were basically, I think the two particular videos in question, one of them said that she's very, very unwell.
Yeah.
And the other one said that she's dead. Right. And this was passed off as journalism. And I don't know whether the family took it up with the tech platform in question, but eventually they had to approach the court, right? Now, the thing is that I, on the daily, see many, many videos like this where right at the end, after kind of speculating on a story which is not true, speculating on all angles of the story to kind of give this masala tadka to it. And at the end, the voiceover will say, or there will be like a very little fine print that will appear in the last frame, which will say, oh, but we can't really verify if this is correct or not. This is what people are saying. Right. Now, the thing is that, do you watch YouTube videos till the very end? I don't think anybody does that, right? Most people watch YouTube videos for the first minute, the third minute, fifth minute, something like that. So a lot of that gets lost. And there are certain checks and balances within our organization and the international fact checking network that we are associated with. So technically, if the author has mentioned in the body of the work that they're doing that this is correct or this is incorrect, I really can't call it out. It's really a technicality. But the way the digital world works, I think all of this is also kind of catering to this problem. So I think what I would like to say to all of these people is that you're going to come into the market, you're going to look for a job, you're going to face all of these questions that you're putting to us today. You're going to have to choose how you handle all of these problems, right? So what we can do, and I hope that throughout the day you've heard so many people speak, you can, you take away some positive aspects and realize, have an open mind, see what you're getting into. The option of putting your foot down is there with you. The option of arguing is there with you. And ultimately, if you have substance in your content and you're able to connect to your audiences, the format really doesn't matter. If you can get through to your audiences, it will work well.
I mean, absolutely. I think for every kind of a video or YouTuber who's putting out misinformation, we are also seeing that technology has also enabled marginalized communities to tell their own stories. We see YouTubers from the hinterland, from Bastar, from areas affected by climate change, who are talking about their stories. So it's not so. I think when young people come into the industry, they will be faced with that choice of in what way technology is only an enabler, as and Ruby rightly says. The choices of how one uses the technology and what kind of stories one wants to tell using that technology. I think to just come back to your question, I think for legacy media houses, the question is how do we keep all our processes intact when it comes to sourcing, fact checking, editing a particular story, but make it more engaging than we have been able to do so before. We have seen that some organizations have been able to do it. So whether we talk about immersive storytelling, say the way the New York Times does it on their app, right, newer formats in which say elections or data journalism is being presented in an interactive way on websites or on the app of a particular news organization. These are various choices that media houses are making, but at the core of it, I think it's important to keep noting that none of those organizations are saying that, yes, the format is what's important to us, we will compromise on the processes. So they're all keeping their processes intact and trying to shoehorn newer kinds of formats into it. So I think the big lesson for me actually out of the kind of churn that newest formats are seeing is that those old adages of journalism still hold true, right? So credibility is important. So even if one is on Instagram, one will go to or on YouTube, one will only go to those journalists who have a certain kind of credibility, right? So those are the people who would make some kind of name for themselves. So and for big media houses or for any journalist who wants to last in the profession, any kind of compromise with that credibility is fatal. So nobody would want to do that. Yeah.
Correct. And as you mentioned, I would like to now focus on, I think Nitin mentioned in his how marginalized communities and every kind of story also comes forward with innovative storytelling, as what Dhruva also said. How do you feel that some specific cultures, communities are impacted more or less because of innovative storytelling? And in what ways do you think that happens?
This really is a tricky one to answer because as a reporter, as correspondents, as journalists, some of us are here and some will be journalists going out in the field. It is perhaps the most essential training which happens on the ground because you're actually reporting from diverse cultural sensitive backgrounds. For example, if you're covering a Rohingya crisis in Cox's Bazar, these are people who are haunted in Burma, in Myanmar, 1 million people coming out living in refugee camps. Now, you have to tell the story to the world. You have to be sensitive towards the women, alleged, hundreds and thousands of accusations of rape and torture. There are children who've not had food for weeks, but they're smiling because they're seeing a camera and a crew for the first time in their lives, right? And then there is the humanitarian side, and then there's the diplomatic and political side of the story because they have crossed over the border, they need refugee status, and blah blah blah. And then you start reporting from somewhere in Africa or somewhere in the Middle East or somewhere in the Arab world where the sensitivities are very different. Or, for example, in Russia, where people are like very aggressive. So I've had the worst of experiences reporting from Russia, from Crimea, from the North Korea border and stuff like that. But yes, as you said, innovation perhaps at that point of time for me becomes secondary. That's not the primary focus, I mean, I can only talk about myself personally. I cannot talk about everybody else. But for me, the story is very important. Getting the story is important, and covering the story, keeping all the sensitivities and the facts and everything intact is the most important thing. And then perhaps we can think about innovation. I think that comes later for me as a correspondent. But yes, there are people in my organization who man the digital desks, who are planning sort of rollouts and who are sort of planning specials and stuff like that. They are really more innovative back at the desk, and they sort of keep coming to us and telling us that we need to look at this from a case study perspective, from a humanitarian perspective, from a different perspective, and they really are a great asset for correspondence when that comes to.
Okay, I also got one other question in mind. Don't you think that storytelling is also something that gets compromised where the money lies? I mean, in the previous panel discussion, like they said that Indians want masala. Indians want everything to be very spicy, be it their food, be it their news, be it their movies. So does storytelling somewhere get compromised over there when money is the deciding factor?
I think a story never gets compromised by anything. If you read, I mean, it is, story is not just a story; it's about a life. Story, it's as we say in the BBC, go out, live the story.
Yeah.
So as reporters, as producers, as camera persons, as shoot edits, we go out, we live the story. So once you live the story, I think that is the most important thing. The masala part comes much later. There are stages: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. I think the first 2, 3, 4 primary stages are paramount, which is the importance, the urgency, and the relevance of the story for the audiences to be told. I would say the masala part comes later. Obviously, there is masala in everything, and I also like. I'm a correspondent, but I also like masala. And one of my favorite editors was the late great Vinod Mehta, who wrote somewhere in his second book that all big stories, scoops, and investigations have emerged from gossip. So I also love gossip, but
Yeah, I understand your point. Okay, Dhruvo, what would you like to add on this?
Very quickly, I think absolutely one agrees with Nitin that while innovation and storytelling formats are important, that's the outer layer. The core needs to be the story, and that story needs to be as bulletproof as possible. If the story is great, I think it will lend itself to great storytelling. If the story is well-rounded, it has all kinds of perspective, context, one will be able to work better with it. To just quickly answer your question, how have communities been affected by it? I think, yes, the ways in which we are seeing news in various formats is helping certain communities to talk about their own lives. I think so. For example, in India, at least, like the LGBTQ community we've seen that the ways in which they've been able to grab the narrative, talk about their own life, their challenges, their joys and aspirations on social media has been something that actually legacy media has then followed. And then we have gone and kind of covered those stories in a way that probably wouldn't have been possible 20, 30 years ago.
Understood. Anything?
I'm going to come back to the point of how technology is an enabler. I mean, again, in my line of work, it's a good thing and a bad thing. But again, because of technology, I mean, there are a lot of different kinds of platforms that didn't exist earlier that have come up. There's Gaon Connection, talking about rural stories, Pari Network, commissioning stories about rural India, that people are not really talking about.
There are companies like the Google News Initiative that is funding something called the Inclusive Newsroom. This is a project that they're doing with the News Minute in, for southern states. But again, this is something that they're doing to kind of, again, give a voice to marginalized communities, women, gender, LGBTQ communities. And that's the kind of stories they're going to cover.
Makes sense.
I guess people realize that there are people who are interested in various niches, right? Podcasting is a growing market, and there are podcasts about everything under the sun. A podcast about health related issues, about investing, if you haven't really invested when you were younger, investing in your 40s, like who knew that that was a niche, right? Investing for divorced women, who knew that that was a niche? And there are like 1,000 people who religiously listen to each episode that comes out. So again, technology is an enabler here, and that is the way I think that innovation can take place and encourage, who's making content for me. If I identify with a very, very small subsection, I now have the luxury to go to a search engine and find stuff that interests me. And I don't necessarily have to watch television news where I probably don't connect with whatever. So same thing with all of you. There are regional language audiences, which now get information in their language, right, which is easy for them to consume, which is not traditionally, if you say English language journalists or Hindi language journalists, they would want to use such difficult words, right, that people would not understand, and therefore they would get intimidated and they would not try to understand, or they would kind of just get disinterested because they were not following what is being said. Now, easier avenues are available to consume information. So it's not like people don't want to know. People still want to know. But what do they want to know about? And how do we get to know that? And how do we cater to that need is, I think, what we should think about.
Right. I think the time's up and the answer has been given well in time. I would like to open the floor for audience questions, if any, please. I see 2 hands. Yes, please. No.
Already to do I have we haven't talked about it. India decided to keep a program on and the purpose of that remote agrarian community while green revolution, to boost cultivation. Ma'am, how as a media giants, as you belong to some media giants, and how innovative your digital platform can be covered to can be to cover agriculture aspect of journalism, and how you perceive it.
You're asking how my platform can cover agricultural.
Any media giants. You belong, you can answer that.
So again, I'm going to talk about technology. I'm going to talk about the digital world. There are YouTube channels of people who are actually, there is a guy in Maharashtra who makes 30 lakh rupees a month doing these videos. So it's not like he's not earning money. What does he do? He takes the Gazette and he looks at all the information that is published in Maharashtra, which is pertinent to farmers, right? And he then makes videos and he makes YouTube shorts as well as long videos, and he puts it forth in easy language, in Marathi, and in a very easy to understand format, right? So there is a market for him, which is why he's making this kind. So, but he was not a trained journalist, but he is playing the very important function of making some information easily available and in an easy to understand format to the people that it most impacts. So that is one example of, again, how technology can be used. Will my channel do it? Will my digital organization do it? No, we will not be able to, because we're not catering to that specific niche. Our role is to monitor social media and debunk fake narratives and fake posts that we see. So we are going to stick to that. But I'm saying that if people wanted to do this, there are avenues available. In my previous answer also, I mentioned there's Pari Network, there are a lot of organizations that are catering to this market. So it's not like there isn't innovation. Is there scope for more? Of course.
I think that's, yes, sir.
I believe we can take one more question, please. Yes.
Yeah.
advertisement, and 30% comes from the reader's subscription. So it's a kind of, you can say, business, profitable business, you can say. Every business want a profit. So it's a profitable business. So whatever the stakeholders say or the business period, the community say, you have to accept it. You have to produce, you have to show them. So is there any, there are laws also to stop showing the fake advertisement, fake products like that?
Okay, I think they can. Yes.
Not sure if I understand the question.
Can you just simplify?
Are you asking about the advertisements that play out
Yes.
on news channels?
Yes. And second question is a social.
Sir, I think we can do only one.
Yeah,
because
only,
we have
the
short
second
time.
part is whatever.
So,
answer, social.
you know, the advertising that goes on TV news channels is, I mean, I think that is something that consumer courts can deal with. You know, if you buy a product and it doesn't live up to what it says it does, and you know, there are, like you said, there are consumer laws around this.
No, दिखता है तो बिकता है. आप जो दिखा रहे हैं पब्लिक वो ले रही है. आप दिखा रहे हैं टीवी पे दिखा रहे हैं कि ये बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है, ये ब्यूटी जो है वो ब्लैकिश आपका चला जाए.
No, but the news anchor or the news editor is not saying that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like it is clearly mentioned as an advertorial or an advertisement, and people know that, you know, a time slot on that television channel has been purchased to promote their products.
I think that answers the question very well.
I
Thank
believe
you.
journalism is just one part of this very big horizon जिसके आप बीच में आप ये शब्द और ये question put up कर रहे हैं. It is all about the advertising world, right? And I don't think that journalists have the right to advertise anything. They are there to present their opinions and just to present what's happening. So that's that.
Okay, I think we have wrapped up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the great insights, all of you. Please.
Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final panel, let's give them a huge round of applause for a very interesting session. Showstopper panel, of course, of course. And I believe I can say this with some confidence that most of you enjoyed this day thoroughly. Talking about that, thank you very much, panelists. Thank you for taking out time.